The story of Africa is the story of us, of our origins. We emerged and evolved as a species on the African continent. We evolved our big brains to be able to outthink this unpredictable, chaotic environment that we found ourselves in.
Here, parts of the Earth have sunk to 100 meters below sea level, emitting salty, sulfurous vapors. Powerful forces from the Earth's interior are at work.
Rising beneath the continent of Africa has been a huge plume of molten rock, and that's forced up the skin of the planet, the crust of the Earth, and it's begun to crack open.
It began 35 million years ago. In eastern Africa, tectonic forces were pulling and tearing apart two continental plates. This created a rift between 30 and 100 kilometers wide, thousands of meters deep in some places. 6,000 kilometers long, the rift threatened to tear off the entire east of Africa.
And the crack that's been forming is the Great East African Rift Valley. And so it's this tectonic crack which has been the cradle of our species, the birthplace of humanity.
Where nature has challenged our ancestors to such an extent, further development is essential for survival. Nowhere is this truer than in the Rift Valley. It's here that archaeologists are tracking down the connection between natural conditions and human development. Because the Rift Valley is full of clues as to how early humans developed in this part of the continent. Today, the team has discovered a stone wedge, an inconspicuous tool with a surprising range of functions.
Julian tools were very important because they're kind of a Swiss Army knife. So you can use it, a multi-purpose tool you can use, and it's a technology that persisted for a very long time, from 1.6 million years up to 400,000 years.
Experts see a connection between the use of this wedge and an upright gate. Probably our most important developmental step from early humanoids to modern humans.
For us to find footprints that have survived the record for millions of years, it's a big deal. If you look at the print itself, you could be able to identify and see that the big toe was more aligned to the other toes. So it means that we are already talking about modern humans at that point, 1.5 million years. And they could be able to range over long distances, because if you are walking upright, then you are able to range over long distances, and they are looking for resources around the landscape.
A change in climate accelerated the development towards modern human beings. Suddenly, man's ancestors no longer lived in rainforests, but on the open savanna.
During short periods of climatic chaos, the environment swung between being wet, being dry, being wet, being dry. And so we evolved a solution to this problem of intelligence.
In the new environment, those who could see their enemies and prey from afar had better chances of survival. Our ancestors stood up. This upright gait developed over many generations. The hands were left free for other activities. Man developed hunting strategies and improved his diet. Protein-rich food made his brain grow. Modern man matured in the Rift Valley.
But we didn't remain in our birthplace. Humanity has dispersed and migrated out of Africa and across Asia, and down into Australia, and across the Bering Land Bridge into the Americas.
Human beings have conquered all ecozones in the world.
The biggest migration in the history of the planet.
They not only use their biological genetic abilities to survive, but also bring in culture as a supplement for that purpose of survival, for adaptation. And so culture and environment for human beings is a very strong connection.
In the icy zones of the north, people have learned to survive in the cold and to find food. In the Red Desert of Australia, people have discovered water, creating the conditions needed to survive for millennia into the modern age. Even on the steep slopes of the Andes, people developed agriculture and domesticated plants that today feed the whole world. Over millions of years, humans have colonized all the continents and adapted our appearance and way of life to the challenges of nature. And yet, we still share the same roots.
All the different peoples around the world today are very, very genetically similar. But nonetheless, we have this incredible diversity of humanness around the planet.
The natural environment in Africa has fostered this development. Nature on this continent is exceptionally rich and diverse. From the rainforests of the Congo to the Sahara, Africa encompasses many different climate zones on one continent. Africa is also the only continent where many different species of large animals have survived, among them the so-called Big Five: buffalo, elephant, rhino, lion, and leopard. Not least because they were able to develop alongside humans for millennia. But as a habitat, the continent is still a challenge. In its interior, a dry savanna makes human life difficult, the Sahel. Monsoon rains are sporadic here. Droughts are regular and dangerous. This makes crop cultivation very hard. When the rain showers fail, the soils of the Sahel change. They become uninhabitable hot zones. Since the continent was created, its soils, exposed to climatic extremes, have been fragile, because in the collision of the African and the European continental plates, there were no new, huge mountain ranges created in Africa that could push up nutrient-rich soils. The earth leached out.
Africa has very many different types of environments, ranging from arid to semi-arid parts of Africa, to the savanna grasslands, to the equatorial rainforest climate. There is no human community that lives in a very comfortable environment as such.
The USP of us as our species is our adaptability. We could adapt to many different habitats and ecosystems we came across.
Humans also developed a way of life for survival in the steppes and grasslands in the center of the continent. Cattle raising was part of it, but because the grass only grows when there's enough rain, people moved in nomadic groups over long distances in pursuit of the meager greenery. Staying on the move became a question of survival, also because the groups competed for each other's cattle, and with that, for their livelihood. Speed became an advantage on the steppes. Societies like the Kalenjin developed into fast runners. The Kalenjin's habitat changed. After a long period of migration, they settled in the highlands of Kenya. The climate and soils were better suited for livestock raising and agriculture. But they preserved their lifestyle from the steppes. In the collective memory, the story of how the Kalenjin evolved into a tribe of runners is still kept very much alive.
Our people in the Pokot tribe used to fight over grazing land. We had to escape to the savannah, and that is why now we are good runners.
Today, there are no threats from nature or other groups of people, and yet running is still part of their everyday life.
I run 4 kilometers to and from school every day. Even if it's raining, I don't care. I just go.
They are not driven to school in posh cars. They run to school. They go back home for lunch. They are running. Going back to school for the afternoon session, they are running. During break time, they are running around playing. During games time, they are also running around playing. So running becomes part of them.
Kenya's high altitude facilitates this unusual talent.
People who live in areas of hypothermia, they are used to low levels of oxygen. Therefore, they can endure vigorous athletic activity. That means they have developed certain aspects of hemoglobin that really helps them to endure that exercise of running.
As a result of their skill and endurance, the Kalenjin are often considered a tribe of runners. Today, they're making a name for themselves all over the world. Kenya's cinder tracks have been the birthplace of many world champion careers and Olympic winners.
One day I want to be a professional runner like Eliud Kipchoge.
Eliud Kipchoge from the Kalenjin ethnic group is one of the best runners ever seen. World marathon record holder and idol of many Kenyan children and young people.
My family helps me so I can succeed.
The Kalenjin acquired this special ability by adapting to the challenges of their natural environment. In this way, the lifestyles of many of the savanna peoples still bear evidence of the special conditions of their habitat. The characteristics of the continents still shape our lives and our history to the present day. That also goes for the coasts of Africa.
There's a fundamental difference between the east and west coastlines of Africa. On the western coastline, it opens up onto the vast expanse of the Atlantic. And the strong wind systems we find blowing with the trade winds and the westerlies. On the eastern coastline, the shore being lapped onto by the Indian Ocean, it's a much more contained system.
To the east, the coastline curves gently. The tides are moderate. The climate is mild and inviting. Here, the continent provides pleasant conditions. People accepted them gladly, thanks to another advantage bestowed by nature.
And the system of winds we find off the coast of East Africa are that of the monsoons. The monsoons are a seasonal winds. They reverse back and forth in direction reliably, predictably.
The reason for this can be found on the other side of the Indian Ocean. In summer, India's landmass heats up strongly in relation to the water temperature. Warm air rises above the land, drawing in more air from the sea. This creates predictable, strong winds towards the east in summer. In the cooler seasons, the system reverses, and the wind blows equally predictably towards the west. The best possible conditions for merchant shipping.
That's predictability of the monsoon winds fostered trade. You could set sail in one direction with the monsoon winds blowing you across the Indian Ocean, taking your trade with you, arrive at port, sell it, buy new produce, and simply wait for the winds to reverse direction and allow them to blow you all the way back across the Indian Ocean in the opposite direction.
Sailors from Asia only had to set sail to reach Africa. Landing was easy on the shallow beaches. Spices, tea, and other trade goods reached the east coast of Africa from India, Indonesia, China. The earliest visitors, however, were the Arabs who came across the Red Sea. They brought with them Islam. It became popular on the east coast. Islam is still the dominant religion here today, also because it has given the many different nomadic groups and places a common identity, Swahili. The word comes from Arabic and means those from the coast. On the East African coast, there was predominantly peaceful Islamization, change through trade. On the other hand, Islam spread through military conquests across North Africa, from Egypt via Tunisia and Morocco throughout the Maghreb, and from there along the trade routes of the Sahara into present-day Ghana and Central Africa. Islam was attractive. It brought science and medicine with it, and regulated many aspects of everyday life in very practical ways.
Islam gave rules to life, and this discipline helped people because it influences all aspects of everyday life. You can't separate it. Whether it's weddings or funerals or other things, Islam has become a way of life.
On the coast of East Africa, a typical daily routine develops for those who speak Swahili. After visiting the mosque, the men meet at the waterfront to drink tea together.
Peace be with you. We call this place the English Garden. People come here to relax. They discuss what moves them. They enjoy the sea and the breeze, and they come here to rest.
The motto is pole pole. Take it slowly, because in a tropical climate, haste doesn't help. The tea ceremony slows down the pace of everyday life.
The tea is very nice and is infused with a lot of ingredients. As you enjoy it, it is very delicious, and it warms the heart.
Life on the coast is characterized by Arab and Indian heritage. Today, food markets still carry the foodstuffs that arrived early on in East Africa, thanks to the monsoon winds. Cinnamon and the Indian spice mixture garam masala. Here, they stock ingredients for the popular kebab, which comes from the Middle East. Trading methods and practices also arrived with the traders across the sea. There are no fixed prices here like there are in Europe.
Mtu ukienda uambiwe bei ya kitu hiki ni ndio hii. Kama sio katika duka kuu, lazima utaanza kugomba.
If you are given a price there, it is definitely not a fixed price.
Mtu si kutetea kwamba apate bei ya.
You start bargaining.
Lakini ni kama
It is not a question of a vested right to the lowest price. The price is determined by getting to know and appreciate the other side.
Katika hali hiyo mnashindania ile bei.
The culture of the souks, the markets, has spread to the Islamic-influenced parts of the continent. Each category of goods has a fixed place here. The large markets are hubs of a trade network that stretches from the coast to the most inhospitable interior areas of the continent. Among them is the Sahara, the largest arid desert on Earth.
The Saharan desert is an incredibly inhospitable environment. But there were still huge amounts of human activity and hubs of civilization.
Traces in the landscape bear witness to this. Researchers have interpreted them as dried-up river courses. Rock paintings show a completely different Sahara. Archaeological finds of humans wearing jewelry made of hippopotamus ivory also speak of a rich flora and fauna. The Sahara as a green paradise and ideal habitat. This is what it must have looked like until 6,000 years ago.
Die Sahara ist ein Beispiel für abrupte Klimaänderung.
The Sahara is an example of abrupt climate change. Even if external factors only change very, very gradually, the climate can still change very fast. All of a sudden, cattle raising and fishing were over.
Mit Fischfang.
When the climate changed with a tilt of the Earth's axis, the once lush habitat in northern Africa turned to dust. Paradise became a desert in an unimaginably short time. Almost all life was driven out of the desert. The people retreated eastwards into the Nile Valley. The Nile is the only river in North Africa that carries enough water. The flooding of the Nile provided the fertile ground needed for population growth, giving rise to one of the most powerful advanced civilizations in history. Ancient Egypt. Major power on the Nile. One of the most powerful empires in history. Emerging from a uniquely human-friendly natural occurrence.
The geography of Egypt is one of the keys to this civilization's success, because the river and its regular flooding provided bountiful harvests. The Nile also formed a natural transport system. The river flows towards the north and the Mediterranean, but the winds in that part of the world blow to the south. So you can flow downriver in a boat and then sail back up again. It's a natural artery of communication and trade, which helped move around people and the produce of your agriculture, but also armies to unify Egypt into a single empire.
Egypt still benefits from the conditions in the Nile Valley today. It's a very densely populated country. After South Africa, the Nile region has the most modern industry on the continent. But its lifeline, increasingly under threat, remains the Nile, with the agriculture on both banks still intended largely for export, as it has done for millennia. But the Sahara has also been a habitat for humans down the millennia, albeit an extremely difficult one.
It is hard to cross a place where you can't rely on stopping to take on water, to keep your traders alive, the merchants alive, as well as the beasts of burden they're using to carry your wares. But the Saharan desert wasn't impassable. There were trade routes with caravans of camels, leasing back and forth across the desert. So although the Sahara did serve as a large barrier between the north and south of Africa, it wasn't impassable.
Berber nomads are key figures in this region, commissioned couriers. With their camels, introduced from the Arabian Peninsula in the first millennium, they commuted between the coast and the trading post warehouses in the desert with goods such as Sahara salt. So valuable that for a time it was used as a means of payment. Oasis cities from the Middle Ages bear witness to this remarkable human effort. The largest ones were built on the edge of the Sahara, for example, to the south of present-day Morocco. People still live here in the desert today. They wrest a habitat from the inherently hostile nature. The secret is as simple as it is unbelievable. Water, in the middle of the desert. This water still supplies 500 people here, as well as visitors who want to find out more about life in the oasis. Vegetables and date palms grow in the fields of the oasis. The desert fruit's high sugar content means it dries well in the hot climate, preserving it. And the date palm copes well with the parched soil. But it only bears fruit every 2 years. If the irrigation is not right, the work is in vain. This impacts the locals' attitude.
Life is good and hard at the same time, but with a little patience, even the difficult times also pass.
Farmers inspect the water level regularly. Whether the harvest succeeds or fails depends on a whim of nature in the midst of an extremely unfavorable habitat.
The water source is in the middle of the dunes. See the big dune over there? This is where the water comes from.
There are few places in the Sahara where the water table lies so close to the surface. So for centuries, the desert dwellers have maintained underground canals that channel the water into a system of reservoirs. The system is called Ketara. But these vital reserves are in danger. New wells cannot be drilled. The groundwater level could drop too far to be accessible.
The water here is unique. This water is a blessing from heaven. And the more people it is shared with, the more precious it is.
As long as the desert still gives them some water, people will continue to populate its natural spaces, even if things are getting critical for the Sahara oases. More and more industry, hotels, and even huge solar plants are digging up the oasis dwellers' valuable water resources. South of the desert, in the tropical west, very different conditions determined people's fate. No other habitat offers such a challenge and so much opportunity at the same time. Nestled between swamps and rainforest lies some of the oldest rock strata on the African continent. Their treasures were pivotal.
The destiny, the economics of different nations around the world are partly defined what resources they have access to. We see the same patterns today that have been true for thousands of years through history.
Some areas of the African continent consist of rock that is billions of years old. So-called cratons, remnants of primeval continents that were formed very early in the Earth's history. The cratons are loaded with what magma has since transported upwards from the Earth. Diamonds, but also metals like platinum and gold. 40% of all deposits ever mined worldwide were found in Africa. These deposits were already legendary in the early Middle Ages. Fabulous gold kingdoms emerged, such as the Kingdom of Mali. Legend has it that when its ruler, Mansa Musa, made a pilgrimage to Mecca, he bought so many souvenirs in Cairo that the value of the gold-based dinar was ruined for a decade.
The Mali kingdom was one of the most prosperous civilizations in human history, and the king, Mansa Musa, is widely considered to be one of the wealthiest people in history.
He was also a slave trader on a grand scale, long before the Europeans started transcontinental slave trafficking. The Europeans minted their coins using his gold. Today, there is virtually nothing left of Mali's fabulous riches. The Sahara trade dried up. Even the location of the former royal city and its palaces is completely unknown.
Almost African history was mainly told orally. It was never written, so you can't find those records. Traditionally, it was through narrations and songs and poems, and just passing on information from one generation to another. And you can still find that.
Their common history is upheld by shared rituals. In Djenné, in the inland delta of the Niger, local inhabitants have been coming together for generations at the end of the rainy season to take part in the Crépissage festival. They repair the damage that the rain has done to the mosque. This is how Mali's largest sacred clay building has been preserved to this day. The gold center has, for over 100 years, been in the south of the continent, in the heart of the Witwatersrand Mountains. In 1886, adventurers discovered the largest known gold deposit on Earth. Within 10 years, a city grew at the site, which the indigenous Zulu called Egoli, place of gold. Today, Johannesburg. It's where the first rand was minted. Many thousands of gold mines have been exploited in South Africa since then. Also mines for iron ore, chrome, nickel, copper, most of the platinum metals in the world, and diamonds. Early on, the Cape, with its temperate climate, was a magnet for Europeans. The mineral riches turned the port of Cape Town into Africa's gateway to the world, although the racist doctrine of apartheid dominated life in South Africa for a long time. In the mountains of Namibia, rich deposits of tourmalines, aquamarines, topazes, and other semi-precious stones have been found. In many places today, disused mines are a beacon of hope for the local population, which sets itself up as a mining community.
I use the money to buy kettles, and then the rest of the money I use for my wedding. The next pocket, I just put it in the bank for my kids because I knew that not every day I will get stones, so I have to have money for my kids to attend school.
Even though everyone can take part, the biggest profits here are made by foreign investors. It was also people from far-off lands who conquered the continent with its challenging conditions.
Around the world, rivers often form arteries of communication. And so before reliable roads and motors and engines, rivers were often the best way of distributing trade and commerce throughout the land masses.
Africa has mighty arterial rivers. The Zambezi River crosses 3 countries over a length of more than 2,500 kilometers. But Africa's vast landscape makes a boat trip impossible. Its course is abruptly interrupted at the border between Zimbabwe and Zambia by the Victoria Falls. Almost 2 kilometers wide, the Zambezi plunges 100 meters into the depths below. Made of hard basalt, this is a fault line in the African continental plate, a typical formation for the continent. During the history of the formation of Africa, movements in the Earth's mantle pushed the center of the continent up into a plateau that sloped steeply down to the coasts. In this rugged topography, rivers from the interior often have to overcome huge differences in altitude on their way to the sea. The result is that most of Africa's rivers are not navigable. Their steep gradients cause waterfalls and rapids. There are no unbroken connections between the east and west coasts across the continent. The important lifelines for trade and information transfer are non-existent.
It's almost as if many of the rivers in Africa are cut off from the outside world. There are systems of cataracts or waterfalls that stop that link, that communication from riverborne traffic inland and then seafaring vessels on the ocean. And this may have been one of the main geographical factors that has held back the development of Africa, its economic development over the hundreds of years and the millennia of history.
Especially since, further north, an almost fatal zone straddles the continent. Throughout Africa's long history, its tropical belt has become a zone of diseases. Malaria, sleeping sickness, and yellow fever are among the most dangerous diseases in the world, transmitted by the insects of the wetlands.
Although on one hand, they present a burden to the local population, there's also an advantage, like a home field advantage in a sports match, because the populations living in Africa developed resistance or immunity to these local tropical diseases, whereas outsiders, European colonizers, had no such resistance to these diseases. They were prevented from colonizing Africa, unlike how they're able to sweep across the Americas or Australia, for example.
Only once remedies for malaria were discovered could explorers like David Livingstone and Henry Morton Stanley penetrate into the interior of the country. In 1877, for the first time, even as far as the Congo Basin. The run on Africa began. At the Congo Conference in Berlin in 1884 to 85, European countries staked their claims to new markets and land for rubber and other plantations. The differences in development between the continents collided with full force. The indigenous societies, adapted to their barren habitats, encountered industrialized armies with far superior weapons. This quickly turned into subjugation of the African peoples. The Europeans forced various ethnic groups away from their natural habitats on the continent into administrative units and dependent labor in construction and on plantations.
The communities were asked to produce things that could be exported for the benefit of the colonizers in mass for export. And communities were actually having barter trade. So there was no form of currency or form of usage of money. So again, that was disrupted because then communities could not exchange in terms of the crops that they used to exchange. So they did not have anything of their own at the end of the day.
The colonial masters often put different ethnic groups in common schools, clothing, imposing foreign languages on them. The consequences continue to affect societies on the continent to this day. The difference between white and black Africans is expressed in a striking wealth gap. A very large part of the economically productive land is devoted to simple, unprocessed products, such as fruits, tea, berries, or roses for Europe. Today, most ethnic groups have lost their original habitat and way of life.
A people without a past is like a nation without a soul. So that's why it's important to have heritage and culture as something that is so important for any nation or community.
In former German Southwest Africa, unmistakable signs bear witness to the past. In the architecture, and in the dress of the Herero, the original inhabitants of the region.
My name is Mbemu Karipata. I am from the Umbakunguna clan. I like making our traditional Herero dress a lot. I really do.
But it is reminiscent of the worst chapter in Herero history. In the course of colonization, more than 80% of these people lost their lives. Under the pretext of protecting them against rival groups, the Germans concluded treaties with the Herero. In the process, the Herero lost their lands and had to work for the Germans. In the households, the women were taught to wear modest clothing. When local communities revolted, Kaiser Wilhelm sent in his troops. His general orders Herero to be exterminated, shot, or chased in droves into the desert to die of thirst. For descendants of the survivors, the dress of their tormentors, of all things, is today a sign of self-determination and remembrance.
Wearing the hero dress is a sign of identity because it really sets me apart. It differentiates me from somebody who is either in Europe or somebody who's anywhere else on the African continent or even in Namibia. Wearing my hero dress really goes down to the root of where I come from as a person. It's something that makes me proud. When you see me walking, you can see that this is a Herero woman.
The Herero have demonstrably transformed the 19th century dress into something uniquely their own. The wide headdress symbolizes how important cattle are to the Herero. The linking of traditions is part of an emancipation and a political movement.
Sometimes it's criticism. You are so proudly wearing the dress that you adopted from the colonizers. It's kind of an ignorant argument because you look at everything else that we have adopted. The house that I slept in today, the clothes that I was wearing before I changed into this, the food that I ate and everything. So everything about our life, the education and the language that we're communicating in is all inherited from the colonizers.
It was not until 2021 that Germany officially recognized the genocide against the Herero. Today, the men wear the uniforms of their colonial occupiers. In post-colonial Africa, many people have had to redefine themselves.
People have realized that without their own identity, then they may not be able to move far enough and to have their own ideas and aspirations known by the rest of the world.
Meanwhile, many parts of Africa are experiencing a boom. Cities like Lagos in Nigeria, Dar es Salaam and Addis Ababa in the Rift Valley have grown into multi-million metropolises with high-tech companies. Digitalization now overcomes the natural barriers that have always characterized Africa.
What we're finding nowadays in Africa is that these traditional historical forces or geographical factors are much, much less important than they had been.
Satellite signals and radio transmission win out over distance and sparse population. The internet connects where rivers and traffic arteries cannot. And where landline telephones were scarce before, there are now 650 million mobile phones in use. Today, technical innovations can solve some of the continent's challenges. For example, medical drones can deliver blood plasma to remote areas. The internet helps where there are no banks.
People in Africa are now jumping straight to having a mobile phone to be able to communicate, to run their business through the internet without having had to have gone through the stages of the telegraph wire or the telephone or radio.
Plans for future cities are booming all over the continent. Great visions, great hopes. But because there are also many problems in the big cities, the challenges for the future are significant. And today, it's also clear, no continent will be hit by climate change as hard as Africa.
We have to keep moving and thinking of what we need to change in the future. So you have to evolve either biologically or socially or technologically for you to survive on the landscape.
Africa was always a continent on the move, and it will have to remain so in the future. The Himalayas, the roof of the world. Its history began around 20 million years ago. The Indian continental plate moved northwards at around 20 centimeters a year, colliding with the Asian continental plate. The collision forced broad mountain ranges to fold upwards in the middle of the continent. The Himalayas. It's the highest mountain range in the world, and it's still growing. More than 1 centimeter every year. With its 10 8,000-meter peaks, the Himalayas create very different climate zones.
The Himalayan mountain range divides Asia, or at least cuts off the Indian subcontinent and helps create this dynamic and dominant weather system of the monsoon rains and the seasonality of wind direction and rainfall.
In the summer months, trade winds bring rain, but the Himalayas are too high for the heavy clouds and create a climatic divide. The summer monsoon offloads its precipitation on the slopes of these 8,000-meter giants. The rain feeds the mighty rivers at their feet. They, in turn, become the lifelines of the south. Like the Yangtze, the third longest river in the world. The Ganges, the second largest river in the north of India. Or the Mekong, the mother of all rivers. Water creates ideal conditions for a plant that has become a driver of human development: rice. In the Lao Cai province in the north of Vietnam, it is still cultivated on terraces today.
Southeast Asia today wouldn't be as it is without rice. As a crop, it is very adaptable. It can grow on all sorts of conditions, on flooded riverbeds, on upland fields, on irrigated land. And it is very productive in the sense that it can ripen very quickly.
Farming families harvest up to 3 times a year.
Rice cultivation is the occupational tradition of our family, our ethnic group. I will preserve the rice farming profession and pass it on to my children and grandchildren in the future.
It was for rice that people went from being nomads to settled farmers. The arduous labor is worth it. A single panicle can bear up to 3,000 grains. The grains are threshed directly on site and packed in 50-kilogram sacks. Rice can be stored like this for years, a sustainable food. Wet rice can be grown in monoculture for thousands of years without harming nature. Wild rice was originally a dry plant. It was only around 3,000 years BCE that humans began planting it in water to protect it from pests and weeds. The rice plant developed an aeration system for its roots to avoid rotting in stagnant water.
Agriculture is a technology, and in fact, every one of the crops which we've domesticated from wild species and perfected and improved from a human point of view over selective breeding, each of those plants is in effect a technology. And by optimizing that production of nutrition for human bodies and creating a food surplus, that was what fundamentally enabled these burgeoning human populations and settling down into denser and denser settlements. Villages became towns, became cities, became empires.
Nature creates culture. Wherever rice was cultivated in Southeast Asia, settlements sprang up, then trade routes and cities. The Southeast became the leading force of the continent. It's still home to most of the world's urban centers. Eight of the world's 10 biggest metropolises are in Southeast Asia. They include Hong Kong, Guangzhou, Shanghai, and Beijing, each with more than 20 million inhabitants.
Southeast Asia is a very diverse region. Rice really kind of binds these different national cultures together in a way.
Rice feeds many in difficult conditions. In Hanoi, too, at 1,000 years old, it's one of the oldest capital cities in Asia. The Old Quarter is the oldest urban settlement area in Vietnam. More than 500,000 people inhabit 1 square kilometer, 8 times more than in New York City. Cramped conditions dictate how people cohabit. Space is expensive. Shop owners were taxed per meter of shop frontage. In the previous century, this meant that instead of building sideways, people built upwards, higher and higher. In a hot, humid climate, this close proximity creates ideal conditions for disease. To protect themselves, people used hot spices that are still typical of the local cuisines today. Ginger is effective against inflammation and nausea. Black cardamom aids digestion and is antispasmodic. No Vietnamese pho broth can do without it. Chilies help reduce pain and strengthen the immune system. Mustard greens are rich in dietary fiber, but they spoil quickly in a warm, humid climate. Fermentation helps avoid this. It's one of the oldest ways of preserving food. For the traditional dish dua moi, mustard greens are cut up and pickled in a mixture of sugar, salt, vinegar, chili, and garlic.
I think this dish will last forever. The climate of Vietnam is hot. Natural fermentation helps us to feel refreshed and cool when eating. Pickling began in ancient times. It's good for the digestive system. It helps us to digest better.
In Korea, they have kimchi, pickled and preserved Chinese cabbage and radish. The origins of sushi are also Vietnamese. To preserve fish, it's rolled in cooked rice.
Pickled vegetables are tasty and easy to eat. Both rich and poor people like eating pickles.
In the southeast of the continent, the unique conditions of nature also pose great challenges for people. Unique cultural skills are the answer. The conditions on the continent drive innovation. In Southwest Asia, the conditions are completely different. Here, water shortage determines people's lives. But it was not always like this. Mesopotamia. It means between the rivers. This refers to the Euphrates and Tigris rivers that rise in the east of Turkey and flow into the Persian Gulf. Around 12,000 years ago, the Arabian Peninsula was still green, thanks to it being located in a climate zone with abundant rain clouds. But then, the Earth changed its rotation around the Sun, and its axis shifted. This impacted the path of the Sun and position of the cloud band. As a result, rain became scarce. In Africa, the Sahara emerged, and in Asia, a bone-dry flank.
The verdant, green, fertile crescent became no longer so fertile as with increasing aridity, and that would have caused, a lot of social disruption and problems and anxiety. That was one of the things that helped spark the birth of Abrahamic religions.
Around 2000 BCE, Ur was still a flourishing oasis metropolis on the Euphrates. But as the population grew, water became increasingly scarce. To distribute resources equally and maintain social order, the ruler issued the world's first collection of laws, the Code of Ur-Nammu. Such laws were later attributed to the god Yahweh. According to tradition, a certain Abraham from Ur received a tempting offer, a life in the promised land with enough water. In return, he had to submit to Yahweh's will. For this reason, Abraham is often held to be the progenitor of the monotheistic religions, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. What they have in common is the belief in a single God. His laws regulated everyday life with scarce resources.
Religion, in a certain sense, serves as some kind of supernatural police force to make societies work. And perhaps that is particularly the case in more harsh and extreme environments, which are very resource limited, perhaps very limited in the availability of water. You really need a society to be able to pull together, and you can't afford cheats in your society.
Laws dating back thousands of years still shape the lives of Jews in Jerusalem today. The everyday life of devout Jews is determined by religion. On the seventh day of the week, the Sabbath, there is absolute silence. Sabbath rules regulate many details. Originally, making fire was forbidden. Translated into the present day, this means that electrical appliances may not be switched on. These rules are not always easy to reconcile with everyday life today. An institute in Jerusalem has been founded especially to provide solutions. Rabbis, engineers, and programmers work together to develop devices that can also run on the Sabbath. There's a great need for an everyday life that respects the rules while still being convenient.
The Institute was founded over 50 years ago as a result of technological developments. I personally receive around 50 queries daily, whether by phone, mail, or via the Institute's website, Ask the Rabbi. There are dozens of inquiries every day.
Because for many, modern life is not at all Sabbath compliant.
I stay overnight at a hotel and see that everything is electronic. The lights go on, the air conditioning goes on, the toilet flushes automatically. What should I do? These things are a problem for Jews on the Sabbath.
Phone calls are also taboo on the Sabbath, with one exception.
I'm holding one of our most popular products, where the Institute has been involved in both the development and sale of this product. It is a Sabbath phone intended for emergencies for the security forces and the medical staff who depend on communication facilities on the Sabbath, under the circumstances that are permitted, of course, when it is a matter of life and death.
If the electric circuit is closed automatically, not by human hand, then the device is Sabbath compliant.
We check absolutely every parameter individually. We want to see that everything has been done according to our specifications. This means that opening the door must not have any effect on the compressor's activity, on defrosting. I can see that here on the display.
Every refrigerator bearing our Sabbath device certificate represents about 18 months of work. We have appliances from the biggest international companies, including Samsung, Sharp, LG, with dozens of models. They assemble our Sabbath appliances directly in Japan or South Korea.
Their inventions are not produced exclusively for the Israeli market. Kitchen appliances featuring a Sabbath mode can be found in many households around the globe, often unnoticed. For believers, however, the millennia-old rules still provide structure in their everyday lives today. Further south on the Arabian Peninsula, life is dominated by the desert. The conditions are highly unfavorable for a settled existence. As a result, for a very long time, most of the people living here were nomadic. That only changed when the Earth gave up a very precious treasure. Deep below the surface here lie layers of rock that are rich in organic material. Tectonic shifts provided the heat needed for liquid to rise from deeper layers. It collected in porous rock and formed the natural wealth of Arabia: oil. In the 1930s, this lured foreign investors to the region. Yet no one suspected that the Arabian Peninsula held 1/5 of the oil reserves of the entire planet. In the beginning, 3,000 barrels a day flowed from the wells. Today, Saudi Arabia produces 3 times that amount and is the world's 3rd largest oil producer, after the USA and Russia, both far larger in terms of area. The black gold rapidly changed society. A nomadic society became an urban one. The population figures exploded. At the beginning of the oil boom, barely 3 million people lived in the newly found kingdom, but the number doubled within 20 years and has since risen to almost 35 million inhabitants. Oil and now gas are the fuel of daily life. They generate all the electricity in Saudi Arabia, 3/4 of which is used for air conditioning and refrigeration. But the reserves are finite. This is a challenge that the people will have to adapt to.
Ecology plays a role, but ecology isn't destiny. Humans have clever ways of working with ecology and reshaping it a bit.
So now, the Saudis use what nature gives them without end: the sun. But at the same time, the sun endangers human life in this region. In the last 20 years, summer heat extremes, with temperatures far above 40 degrees centigrade, have become more frequent on the Arabian Peninsula. Experts fear heat collapse. This could make the area uninhabitable in the foreseeable future. Further north on the Asian continent, the picture is not dominated by desert, but by the steppes. Grasslands that are unique around the world. After the last ice age, forests returned everywhere around the northern hemisphere except here. In the interior, it rains too seldom and too little for trees to grow. Ideal conditions for wild horses, though. When horse and man first encountered each other, an alliance was forged that decisively changed their existence, not only in the steppes, but far beyond. The steppe people already succeeded in domesticating the horse 5,500 years ago. Through natural selection and breeding, horses became larger and were suitable to ride. In this way, the nomads expanded their area of influence immensely. In the 12th century, they became powerful players in the history of the world. Genghis Khan and the golden horde of his descendants created the largest contiguous empire that has ever existed on Earth. At 40 meters high, the world's largest equestrian statue commemorates the founding father of the Mongol nation.
Genghis Khan was not only the greatest warlord, he was also the person who knew best how to breed Mongolian horses, how to care for them, and how to deploy them in long, drawn-out wars. The horse was an innovation, so to speak, a completely new item that changed life in Mongolia, the lives of nomads in general, society, and the economy.
This is why Genghis Khan is revered almost mythically in Mongolia to this day, especially because he succeeded in uniting the Mongolian clans and tribes. The tradition of meeting once a year for the Erin Guran Nadam also dates from this time. Today, people no longer compete against one another in war, but in sports. And although Erin Guran Nadam means the 3 games of men, women have always taken part and compare their skills in archery, wrestling, and of course, horse racing, in memory of one of the most powerful transformations in history.
Genghis Khan and his Mongol hordes were a steppe nomadic people that built a vast empire, the largest land empire of human history, coming out of the steppes in the 1200s. And although their campaign of conquest was one of blood and violence, once they had established the empire and the Pax Mongolica, the period of quiet and stability, it became a golden age of trade across the Silk Roads. Huge amounts of trade goods traveled back and forth across the Silk Roads.
A groundbreaking invention in the 13th century was the mounted post system in Mongolia. Spaced at regular intervals of around 30 kilometers, the posts kept horses, food, and new messengers at the ready. A network of trade routes emerged in the steppes, enabling the exchange of ideas and goods throughout the then-known world. The highway of the Middle Ages stretched from the Baltic Sea to China. The lively interaction of peoples has left lasting traces in human genetic material. The conditions in the steppes still shape life today. Mongolia is the most sparsely populated country on Earth. Just 2.1 people share 1 square kilometer. In Germany, there are 233, and in Singapore, almost 8,000 people in the same space. Working animals are clearly in the majority. Official figures state that there are more than 67 million horses, goats, and sheep for every 3.3 million Mongolians. Livestock farming is key to providing the Mongolians with meat. And the green steppes defines the nomadic lives of the herdsmen.
The landscape is suitable for these herds, but they quite rapidly deplete the local environment, so they need to kind of keep moving. And the steppe is vast, so you can just keep, sort of nomadic pastoralism is what pays off in that environment.
A herdsman will sit for hours in the saddle. The traditional Mongolian saddle that dates back to the time of Genghis Khan protects both horse and rider. It's adapted to suit the shorter upper body of the Mongolian horse and protects their back. Stirrups give the rider added stability, another invention inherited from the steppe tribes.
We should not forget history. This is a very important item for the Mongol people. Where there is a Mongolian family, Mongolian men, there should also be a horse, in my opinion.
Although they're nearly as small as ponies, the toughness and strength of Mongolian horses are considered unrivaled. They can cover up to 35 kilometers at full gallop. Catching them is no easy task. At the second attempt, the herdsman has the horse safely lassoed. It's not just Mongolian horses that don't give in, neither do their riders. The connection between humans and horses goes far beyond practical benefits. It's also spiritual. The hair of the mane, for example, is considered sacred. A herdsman will regularly cut tufts from the mane. They're said to keep harm away from the family, including its horses. Mongolian children learn to ride almost before they can walk. But it will still take some time before this 3-year-old can ride out across the steppes with his siblings. The focal point of life for this family of 6 is the yurt, which measures around 25 square meters. It is kitchen, dining room, and bedroom all rolled into one. And classroom too.
Girls are usually cared for more and sent away to school in urban areas to get an education. In Mongolian society, the men are busy with the cattle and lead a traditional life.
Homeschooling via internet has long been part of everyday life for boys in Mongolia. 16-year-old Namjil Ma attends secondary school with the ambition of studying further. But to do that, she will have to go far away from her family to the Mongolian capital. More and more people are drawn to Ulaanbaatar because of the career prospects. Its population has tripled in the last 30 years. As a result, the city struggles with housing shortages, overpopulation, and gridlock. Kilometer-long traffic jams are the order of the day. The reason? After being relocated more than 25 times in its history, the city is now in a place where it simply cannot grow.
Ulaanbaatar is surrounded by mountains. The city cannot expand in terms of area. There is no infrastructure for building a larger city, so no satellite cities can be created, which poses a dilemma for the future development of Ulaanbaatar.
Because its schools, universities and medical care are becoming increasingly attractive. This is why Ulaanbaatar will continue to grow, and with it, the problem of urbanizing an area in a natural environment that seems almost infinite. To the north, Siberia, dominated by icy cold and permafrost. For a long time, hardly anyone ventured into its dense spruce, larch, and pine forests. One of the Earth's biggest treasure troves is stored below ground. Over the course of millions of years, valuable minerals formed in the rock layers, especially metals, and they turn pristine nature into a very particular habitat for humans. Copper was the key to early human settlement here, but its mining awakened greed at the other end of the continent. In the 16th century, the Russian Tsar Ivan IV, nicknamed the Terrible, pushed Russia's expansion eastwards to secure mineral resources and access to the Pacific. In addition to voluntary settlers, millions of people were forcibly sent to Siberia. Mirny was founded in 1959 after kimberlite was found in the region, rock that can bear diamonds. The kimberlite pipe at Mirny is testimony to man's lust for gemstones. This is said to be the deepest man-made hole in the world. 1,200 meters in diameter and nearly 1 kilometer deep, the diamonds were mined here in the frozen ground. Living conditions in the mining city are equally harsh. Winter lasts 7 months. Temperatures in the city regularly drop to minus 50 degrees centigrade. Life here is also characterized by its remoteness. The only way in or out is by plane. All roads end at the city's limits.
We can generally say that in cold climates with cold winters, the way of compensation maybe for this is to be more warm and friendly with each other, which is, of course, also this condition of survival together.
The reason is its location in the middle of the continent. No region in the world is further away from a coast. The result? In winter, the whole region is one big ice desert. Communal ice fishing is the easiest way to stock up on fresh food. Conditions are ideal at the beginning of November. In a few weeks, the ice will be too thick to drill a hole.
That's our Yakutia. It gets down to minus 70 degrees here.
Dealing appropriately with the conditions that nature sets is essential for survival.
Since my childhood, I've been a hunter and a fisherman. The ability to survive is taught, so to speak, from childhood onwards. How do you make a fire in the taiga, for example? Left to their own devices in nature, they do have to know the basics.
This includes knowing the right nutrition for survival here.
We live here in harmony with nature. Although we live in the 21st century, that hasn't changed. Reindeer and fur boots are still the most important thing. And of course, the food. Everything has to contain meat. For example, frozen fish, frozen liver, frozen meat. That gives us vitamins and energy to survive in the north.
In many regions of Siberia, there is this traditional dishes that either contain raw blood, which contains a lot of vitamin C and prevents people from having the scurvy. So that's also one way to keep yourself and your body healthy in those regions where you don't get much vitamins and don't get much sun.
Life in this region shows once again how adaptable man is. Further east, the Pacific Ring of Fire is the most active volcanic region in the world. It stretches along the Pacific Plate. Where this collides with other plates, it generates constant friction. Earthquakes, landslides, and tsunamis are the result. For the people of the island states of Japan, Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, and Taiwan, these are a part of everyday life. The Earth in Japan shakes noticeably more than 170 times a month. 7 times a year, these earthquakes reach at least a 5 on the Richter scale, the level at which significant damage can happen. Early warning systems are meant to help. Important for one of Asia's densest metropolitan areas, Tokyo has been the largest city in the world for more than 60 years. The metropolitan area of the Japanese capital is home to 37 million inhabitants, and the trend is rising. Tokyo is considered by many to be the city of the future, born out of tremendous destruction. 150 years ago, Tokyo was called Edo, a city with 1 million inhabitants and simple wooden buildings. The Great Earthquake of 1923 had a lasting impact. At the time, almost half of all residential buildings in the Tokyo prefecture lay in ruins. 70% of all inhabitants were made homeless. More than 100,000 died. Part of the reason was the construction method. The city's houses, made of wood and paper, burned down.
The environment that a society finds itself in can drive the process of rejuvenation or a society refreshing itself. If you're living in a very unstable, perhaps dangerous environment with frequent earthquakes or volcanic eruptions, you're constantly needing to rebuild and repair and rejuvenate. But the environment might also have an effect on the cultural software, if you like, that arises.
In the course of its history, Japan has experienced many disastrous earthquakes. The constant threat of natural disasters is also reflected in its culture. For a long time, depictions were common of a giant catfish that triggered the earthquakes. This catfish was the predecessor of a creature as powerful as a force of nature. Godzilla became the epitome of Japanese pop culture. Around 100 years after the Great Quake, Tokyo glitters in a sea of lights amongst concrete and glass. Nearly 500 skyscrapers dominate the skyline, most of them earthquake-proof, according to today's standards. However, there is no effective protection against the often capricious summer weather. It can turn the famous Shibuya crossing into a sea of umbrellas. Heavy rainfall, sometimes lasting for days and leading to flooding, is the order of the day. To prevent major catastrophes, the Japanese rely on technology. This control room is reminiscent of the early construction period, 1992. The somewhat inconspicuous entrance betrays no sign of what lies below ground. It took 15 years to build a system consisting of 6.5 kilometers of concrete tunnels at a depth of 50 meters. The largest underground drainage system in the world.
This system has unprecedented dimensions. It was designed to cope with floods that might happen once every 100 years.
But Japan is being hit by torrential rain more and more frequently. The Japanese speak of so-called guerrilla rain. About 7 times a year, the underground tunnel also diverts these huge quantities of water, preventing the streets of Tokyo from turning into raging rivers. The traces of the last flood are still visible in the subterranean cathedral. It will not stay dry for long.
We expect that as a result of global warming, these storms will simply get more severe. And this applies especially to precipitation, meaning we'll have to reckon with extreme flooding more and more frequently. And there are also limits to our ability to adapt.
Natural disasters have strongly influenced the Japanese attitude towards life, or life and death. As a result, the Japanese have learned not to resist nature, but instead to yield to its forces and live in harmony with it.
It's not only the increased frequency of typhoons that has made resistance seem futile. On the contrary, the instability and destruction caused by natural disasters has instead created very special cultural techniques, including a unique ceramic art.
Kintsugi is the process of repairing broken pottery and decorating the broken area. It is a traditional Japanese repair technique. The aim is not only to be able to use a cherished object for as long as possible, but to make it even more beautiful than it was before. Kintsugi gives us the strength to accept and cope with imperfection. Even when the heart is broken, we try to hide it or pretend not to notice. In Kintsugi, I see the broken vessel and feel it reflects part of my soul. Not to hide one's own painful past, but to manage it. I think Kintsugi gives us this power.
Japan is a country where the forces of nature make people aware of impermanence. This concept accompanies Japanese people in their everyday lives. They call it mono no aware. It is the bittersweet realization that everything ends. In the east of the continent of Asia lies the mountainous land of China. 2/3 of the country are at altitudes higher than 1,000 meters. From very early on, China has had to struggle with the narrowness of its territory between deserts and mountains. Outward expansion is almost impossible due to the many natural barriers. China is hemmed in. conflicts and wars over land and resources have determined its history.
Even just within the frontiers of China, we see this intimate connection between the landscape and the geography and the human world of where people choose to live and farm and where the most populous cities are found.
The Warring States period from the 5th century to 221 BCE has gone down in history. Principalities fought over the limited fertile space. Once conquered, it was protected with border walls. Parts of the longest one still stand today, the Great Wall of China, the largest structure of all time. Geographically, too, it forms a special dividing line.
And so the Great Wall of China, when you think about it, was a defensive barrier to keep out the barbarians from the north. But in a very fundamental sense, the Great Wall of China followed what is effectively an ecological boundary. It separated the dry steppe lands, the grasslands to the north, with a lifestyle of nomadic pastoralism, from the southern regions, which were much wetter, supporting agriculture of millet and rice.
To this day, geology determines the living space of the Chinese people. The Earth's surface here resembles a staircase with 3 steps from east to west. In the west are the mountains with heights of over 7,000 meters. In the middle, plateaus. And in the east, the deep and fertile plains. People have been settling here since the beginning. You can see it particularly well at night. Large parts of China remain dark, but the cities and megacities form clusters in the east towards the Pacific. This is where 90% of the Chinese population live.
These cities and ports strung along the coastline of China were all in close contact and communication with each other. It was all about building a network of population centers where they could exchange not just trade, but ideas and developments and advancements. So a lot of the progression of Chinese history came from that network effect of the population being clustered into a particular region and being in close communication with each other.
The advantages were concentrated knowledge and close proximity. This is why these centers are the engine of the Chinese economy. In China's big cities, huge billboards and neon signs dominate the cityscape. The general message is, consume as they do in the West. This drives the economy, along with internal power.
China's own domestic market has increased very fast. It is still growing, and it does provide big support for its economy, especially in the recent years.
The tech industry in particular is booming and influences everyday life. For smartphone junkies, there's a well-established term, the bowed head tribe. To avoid collisions, some cities, like Chongqing, have set up special lanes for smartphone users on the sidewalks. 783 million people, more than half China's population, already live in urban areas. By the year 2030, China is expected to have over 1 billion urban dwellers. Also because China is geologically endowed with other unique advantages in the east. There is plenty of space for big ports on the Pacific coast, the world's largest ocean. Of the 20 largest container ports in the world, 13 are in Asia. Over the past 20 years, Asia's economic expansion has almost tripled the volume of container traffic, both eastwards and westwards, across the Pacific Ocean. Experts agree that there is no end in sight to the rise of Asia. In China alone, 8 million students graduate every year. From a European perspective, Asia has always been the continent of the rising sun. And, in fact, a new day seems to have dawned for this continent. And Asia is once again becoming the pace-setter of the world. When a continent is created, there are unimaginable forces at work. The Great Australian Bight is 60 meters high and 4,000 kilometers long. It's almost like the birth scar of the continent. Pressed into it are traces that show the formation of Australia. Petrified tree fern, Glossopteris, it loves hot and tropical conditions. But Robert Falcon Scott's famed South Pole expedition also found fossilized Glossopteris in Antarctica, thousands of kilometers from Australia. Antarctica and Australia, siblings could hardly be more different. Today, there are 2,600 kilometers of open sea between the two. But this was not always so. Up till 50 million years ago, they were connected by a narrow land bridge. But under the pressure of violent movements in the Earth's interior, this tore. Caught in powerful ocean currents, Australia and Antarctica drifted towards different fates. On its way south, Antarctica froze over. But Australia drifted north, towards the equator, into the warmth. The world's largest coral reef formed off the coast in the north, the Great Barrier Reef. What sensitive corals need, above all, is the right water temperature. Off the coast of Australia, conditions were ideal until a few decades ago. But man-made climate change is now threatening the wealth of species that has evolved over millions of years. With no land connection, Australia was isolated, a blessing for mammals. No competitive pressure, no predators. Its species adapted to the climatic conditions undisturbed. One group's development was especially diverse, marsupials, like wombats or koalas. But the very flat continent was exposed to hot winds, and these blew sand across the ground, choking the vegetation. The Australian outback became a red desert. Wind and weather filed away at the rock until this 348-meter-high icon was formed. We know it as Ayers Rock, but for people to be able to live here would require, at the very least, a gesture of goodwill from nature. It's not exactly clear how the first Australians arrived here. Perhaps the last ice age cleared a path from Asia to Australia. The sea level is said to have been so low at that time that people were able to move on foot across a 160-kilometer land bridge from Papua New Guinea to the still uninhabited continent.
It wasn't like our ancestors were looking towards the horizon, furrowing their brow and striving off to explore. It was a population dispersal. People would be migrating around as they hunted and gathered to feed themselves. Populations would expand, and you just have this gentle pressure for people to move slowly over the generations into newer and emptier lands.
From the tropical coasts, some moved on to northwestern Australia. With every kilometre, the natural environment held new challenges. Overcoming all obstacles became part of the complex mythology of the first Australians, what they called the dreaming. The traces of this settlement history are still visible today. Here, for example, at Mount Borrowdale. The continent's oldest rock paintings chronicle how humans were challenged by nature. And how they responded. In the dry season, a single spark is enough to ignite huge fires. From the beginning, forest fires were an integral part of the continent's settlement history, but the Aboriginal people learned how to control them.
Our people have been land managers since time began, because that's our responsibility. We're born into this land, and it's our responsibility to take care of it.
The descendants of the first Australians revived the ancient knowledge from tens of thousands of years ago. As rangers, they burn dry grass and undergrowth under controlled conditions. This deprives fires of their fuel.
Absolutely ancient practice. This has been happening for thousands and thousands of years. What that actually does is it reinforces regeneration, it encourages regeneration. We actually have a number of plants, grasses and trees up here that need the fire to actually germinate.
Some types of eucalyptus are absolute forest fire specialists. They survive by having a surface that dissipates fire. The inside of the tree remains unharmed, but their essential oils make them dangerous fire accelerants at the same time.
Terrifying scale
What's
of
happened in
Australia's
southern
bushfires
New South Wales.
Climate change is drying out the continent as never before. The sad result, every year, fires destroy larger and larger areas, especially in the south. On the other hand, the north remains largely spared. This is also because rangers here rely on traditional fire management. In the south, however, raging fires cause more devastation with each year.
One of the possible explanations of why there have been these terrible bushfires in Australia recently is that there hasn't been that active management using kind of local Aboriginal knowledge.
If you look after your country will look after you. To keep our land and ourselves strong, we need to carry on teaching our young ones about our culture, our language, how to take care of the land, how we're connected to the land, because we believe that we actually come out of our land.
The first Australians have wrested much useful wisdom from the Australian bush. The Australian bush flower, when crushed, acts as a mosquito repellent. The etheric oils of paperbark tree work against the common cold or insect bites as they relieve pain and inflammation.
Do you want to smell it?
Yeah, that is potent.
The first Australians also discovered the continent's superfood, small, inconspicuous, but full of energy.
Okay, so everybody gets always surprised when you show them the bush potato. They're imagining this massive potato. I'll have a taste of this one. What do you think?
Tastes exactly like a raw potato. With a little bit of dirt for extra flavour.
Of course. Tear the seeds apart and you spread it back out again, so it's gonna regenerate and keep growing.
But much wisdom has been lost. also because the white way of life was imposed on the Aboriginal people. The stolen generation represents an especially dark chapter in this history. Between 1900 and 1969, an estimated 1 in 3 Aboriginal children was torn from his or her family and given to white families or put in homes. They were meant to grow up with white values and morals, so they said.
Kids were removed from their families, especially when they were of mixed race. One parent black, the other one white. And it was to breed out, I mean, you know the policy, was to breed out the black in those people. That was the general idea, or at least policy at that time. So those kids were removed and sent to white families, mostly down south, and they had to learn what we would say the white way of living, doing things. So yes, that's how they lost touch with their cultural background.
Only a few of the roughly 250 languages are still spoken today. Many Aboriginal people live at the margins of society. Their so-called dot paintings sell well as tourist souvenirs, but they also contain their ancient knowledge about the essence of the continent. This is what helped to make the driest continent in the world habitable. Because the conditions of the red center are hostile to life. Sometimes there's no rain for many years in a row. Instead, it gets blisteringly hot in summer. Kangaroos save energy when they move, thanks to their long leaps. The desert also produces an unusually large number of poisonous creatures because prey is scarce. So the first bite or sting has to be fatal. The reason why there is any life at all in this arid region is due to a huge underground freshwater reservoir. The Great Artesian Basin covers 1/4 of Australia's land area. Water-permeable sandstone, layered alternately with waterproof silt, act like a gigantic sponge. This unique geology makes the Great Artesian Basin the largest water reservoir of its kind. But only when the basin is well filled by rain does the water even reach the surface, in so-called billabongs. Billabong is the name given to these life-givers by the first Australians. It simply means waters. Knowing their location ensured survival. But because the first Australians had no written language, they found another way to preserve their knowledge about the life-giving water.
We are cultured species, and we build up adaptive cultural capital, and that lets us pass on vital skills to survive in certain kind of environments. Actually, the Australian Aboriginals are a kind of famous example of that.
In clans of up to 50, the Aboriginal people moved as nomads from the north across the entire continent. The water points were milestones of their survival. In songs, the so-called song lines, they described navigation routes that led to them. In this way, they succeeded in settling the entire Australian continent. Later, European settlers made use of their water knowledge to cross the huge outback. This is what made cultivation of the hinterland possible at all. Mount Riddoch Farm is 140 kilometers long and 20 kilometers wide. That's average for Australian farms. There are 6,000 cattle here. So little grass grows in the desert that feeding the herd is only possible over such a large area. Keeping the herd together is a dangerous job for the farmer.
You're constantly looking over your shoulder, seeing what the other person's doing and making sure that they're in the right spot and being safe. I mean, some of my guys tell me often, stop telling me not to do that. I need to get hurt somewhere along the line.
We don't want that.
If they do, I have to carry their weight, and that's not going to happen.
Twice a year is muster time, rounding up the herd. The 7-member team at the Riddoch Ranch must function as a unit, and directing thousands of polled Hereford cattle is not the only challenge in the outback. Nature shapes every aspect of everyday life.
It is very hard out here. You've still got to check your pipelines, check your water supplies. So it's just like, oh, it's another day. It doesn't really matter. Oh, the pipes burst? We best get in the Toyota and go fix it. Like, yes, it's easier in the city, but this is how we've grown up. This is how we've always wanted to be. This is what we've always wanted to do.
The hard life in the middle of the Australian nowhere has created its own lifestyle. The nearest town, Alice Springs, is 320 kilometers away. In the outback, people depend on each other.
We live together here on the station. We eat together. We socialise together. So for me, mateship and being able to work effectively as a team is probably one of the biggest traits that people need to be able to live and work out here.
Mates, an Australian synonym for friends who go through thick and thin together. The idea of mateship was shaped by soldiers far from home during the First World War. As a cohesive community with a shared destiny, they endured the hardships and cruelties of the battlefield together. Today, mateship is an attitude towards life that unites mainly white Australians, from the outback to the big cities. Saturday morning, 7 a.m. at Manly Beach. Punctually at sunrise, hundreds of bold and beautiful people meet 7 days a week for the Bold and Beautiful Swim. It's much more than sportsmanship that brings them together here.
So let's get in the water.
Anyone who wants and dares to can swim the 1.5 kilometers to Shelley Beach and back.
We swim as a group in a pack, just seeing each other. When you turn your head and breathe, you see your mate on one side, and breathe the other side, you see another mate.
And everyone's looking out for each other. I remember once just stopping to look at the sky and someone came up to me and said, "Are you okay?"
We have a whole mix of people from all walks of life, and yet we're all the same when we're in our Speedos.
We just laugh together and think, we a bunch of crazies, but we're together doing it, and sense of belonging and community, all of that.
People look out for each other if they belong to the group. Maybe also because working communities like this play an important role for Australians, they are world leaders in donor generosity and voluntary work. Because when nature is hostile, solidarity saves lives. In the southeast of the continent, conditions are completely different. Here, Australia has rainforests and eucalyptus forests, mountains, waterways. The backbone of this natural abundance is a coastal mountain range. Its history began over 300 million years ago. The flat coastal region was folded up to over 2,000 meters, becoming a weather divide. the foothills are fertile. Before them lie gentle, navigable coasts, perfect for a nation that found life too cramped at the other end of the world. On January the 18th, 1788, the first 11 ships from England landed. On board were convicts whose job was to build new colonies. The 13-year-old thief, Elizabeth Harwood, was the youngest, and 62-year-old rag picker, Dorothy Handland, the oldest. They weren't felons, but petty criminals. Freedom beckoned if they helped build new towns. The first was Sydney. Even today, its layout indicates the origins of the convict colony. First Street linked the heart of the city with the port. Where the iconic Opera House stands today is where the 18th century colonists set up their first camp. More cities emerged from former prison camps. 1/5 of all Australians are descended directly from one of the original immigrants, and their legacy is right in their language.
Hey, g'day, mate. Glad you came for a coldie.
Cheers. Bit nippy out here, but frothing them waves. Not whinging.
Australians love abbreviations. Derived from flash, the slang used as code by some convicts, researchers have discovered around 5,000 abbreviations in the Australian vocabulary.
Linguists have found that Australians don't use 1/3 of the muscles that could be used for speaking, right? And so that's why there's sort of a lazy intonation in the ways in which Australians speak. And so if you can shorten words or abbreviate them, all the better. You can say things much more quickly.
Abbreviations also help them sound as down-to-earth and friendly as possible because equality is important.
Oh, are you guys going to Robbo's on Sunday?
Totally. Is it BYO?
BYO stands for Bring Your Own, especially alcohol.
Yeah, I think so. I'm going to the bottle to pick up a slab.
Packs of canned beer are cheerfully called slabs.
Yeah, no, I'll whack a few in the esky as well.
An esky, abbreviated from the out-of-use Eskimo, it means cool box.
Hey, how's that deadly treadly?
The affectionate rhyming slang nickname for bicycle, also hinting at the fact that cycling isn't so popular here.
Yeah, she's a beauty. Bit too fancy to dig, but I just take her out for a cuppa every now and then.
One of the stories that I've heard about how you can put on an Australian accent and perhaps how it evolved was that you have to pretend it's really hot. So you have to squint, right? It's hot and it's bright and you're squinting. And then you have to keep your mouth shut because there's so many flies about. So if you keep your mouth shut like this, you end up with an Australian accent.
Oh, all right, I'm going to go in a sec.
No worries. I'll see you at Robbo's.
No worries, mate. That's the most commonly used phrase by Australians and the epitome of Australian nonchalance. The fact that Australians like to take a relaxed view of things is part of their self-image. At the same time, Australia is solid with prohibitory signs.
So you have this weird tension between the anti-authoritarianism of the early convicts and the early settlers, but also a recognition that societies need to be governed by laws, etc. The result is that you have a very rule-laden society.
With a variety of strange laws. For instance, it's illegal to be drunk in a pub or to vacuum between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. on weekdays in Melbourne. In Western Australia, anyone who has more than 50 kilograms of potatoes is liable to prosecution. It can also be really expensive. In Sydney, riding a bicycle without a helmet now costs 344 Australian dollars or 225 euros. And anyone who disrupts a wedding in South Australia had better have a good reason. They can be fined up to 10,000 Australian dollars or 2 years in prison.
Australians, even though they have that kind of anti-authoritarian, we're all equal kind of character, they also have quite a submissive or not sheepish, but a character that does like to follow the rules.
It's not only nature's hardships that determine the way of life on the continent. There is also phenomenal geological wealth. There's more zinc, iron ore, and above all, uranium in the Australian outback than would be needed worldwide in the next 100 years at the current rate of consumption. Australia's top export is mined in the Coober Pedy opal mine. 97% of the world's demand for these gemstones comes from here. Even more important economically is coal. It has fueled Australia's economic growth for 30 years, mainly thanks to China's hunger for raw materials. The reason for the wealth lies dormant inside the more than 4.5 billion-year-old Earth. Minerals and metals have been deposited beneath its surface over the course of the planet's history. Researchers continue to puzzle over why they are found where they are. Gold has a particularly strong pull. The discovery of gold changed Australian society dramatically. In 1851, a young Englishman stumbled upon it. He found a 4-kilogram gold nugget in the Macquarie River in Victoria. During the following 20 years, for the first time, voluntary immigrants to the 6th continent outnumbered the convicts. Punitive transports soon stopped altogether. Australia now promised good fortune and riches. But the gold rush had its downsides. Tens of thousands of Chinese laborers were employed to do the heavy work in the mines. They worked well in teams and, unlike the Christian soldiers of fortune, also on Sundays. Conflict was inevitable. At first, there were just ugly caricatures. Then the violence escalated. White prospectors saw the Chinese as rivals. In June 1861, 3,000 of them marched to the Chinese camp. They set fire to it and destroyed their tools. 250 Chinese workers were seriously injured. Fearing retaliation, the government enacted immigration laws that made it difficult for Chinese people to enter the country. A precursor to the White Australia policy enacted in 1901. Non-white people were to be excluded from entering Australia.
The first piece of legislation when Australia federated in 1901 was the White Australia policy, which was a policy restricting migration to Australia to white-only people. But of course, even then, more than 100, 120 years ago, they recognised that you couldn't write that into a policy. So it was the way the policy was enacted. So immigration agents were told to only let in people who could read a paragraph in a language of their choosing. So usually they had to read it in English. But if there was somebody who was of the wrong colour, but who obviously knew English, they were instructed to ask them to read it in Welsh.
Racism and discrimination still divide the country today. According to a 2021 survey, 76% of the Australian population think racism is pervasive in Australia. Many have experienced it personally.
So, you know, Australians very keen on migrants, but migrants under its own terms. So even though we have policies that are defined as multicultural, and that's a very strong element of what Australians are proud of when they talk about Australian identity, we don't actually, we're not all that happy about cultural diversity. We're quite happy to kind of see visible diversity. So in theory, they like the idea of you know, kind of cultural melding or multiculturalism. But in practice, the expectation is one of assimilation.
A closed society that prides itself on its prosperity, relatively few people are faced with such an immense wealth of natural resources. This continues to make Australia an attractive immigration country. Australians have the luxury of being strict about who they let onto their island. Northeast of Australia, nature created a diametric opposite to the driest of all continents, Oceania, an island world consisting of 99.5% water. Land was created here only when nature really let rip. It's easy to guess the genesis of Oceania by taking a look at Mauna Loa, one of the largest active volcanoes on Earth. Around 1 million years ago, it erupted for the first time, along with 400 other volcanoes. They line up to form the Pacific Ring of Fire at the junction between the Australian and Pacific plates. When this seam contracts or expands, the volcanoes come to life and spew magma, liquid rock. In this way, over millions of years, they have given birth to new island groups. Hawaii, Polynesia, Melanesia, and Micronesia, they all grew on the volcanic seabed of Oceania and are constantly changing. More than 7,500 islands dot an ocean area of 160 million square kilometers. Nature created special conditions, enabling a habitat to develop for humans in the midst of the saltwater desert. The volcanic magma is like a mineral-rich super fertilizer that creates extremely fertile land. But for humans to survive here, they needed one thing above all: fresh water. And that was available too, thanks to a law of nature. Because of the difference in density, rainwater does not mix with the salty groundwater, but floats in its own bubble. The precious resource can be tapped, used as drinking water and for growing food. Nevertheless, water was scarce, which had consequences. Hierarchical societies developed on the isolated islands. The authority of the clan chief ensured fair distribution of scarce supplies. As soon as a clan became too big, they needed to find new islands. This was made possible by an ingenious invention. Two dugout canoes are connected by cross pieces. The term we use for it today comes from two words: katu, meaning ribbon or bundle, and maram, tree. The catamaran is simple to make and very light. It has no keel and lies very flat and stable on the water. Still the fastest way to sail today. This was how the Polynesians conquered the ocean and their own isolation. But it was not only the scarce resources that drove the courageous sailors out into the Pacific.
It was social factors rather than kind of ecological factors that kind of fueled the migration. In some Polynesian societies, if you're the firstborn son, that's really important. But imagine if you're the second or third. If you're to go to a new island, then you become the kind of founding figure, the founding chief, and there is all this kind of ancestor worship in Polynesian societies. So there were social motives for expanding as well.
The Polynesians discovered new islands thanks to their ability to navigate using the stars. The navigators needed to know above all which star was above the target destination and which was behind their own position. Then, a 32-point compass and plenty of experience helped them to stay on course in the Pacific.
The Polynesians were magnificent navigators. At the time when Europeans were timidly edging around the Mediterranean, here were Polynesians going thousands of kilometers across the Pacific.
The exploration of the South Seas by the Polynesians was one of the greatest maritime achievements in history. The catamarans reached an average cruising speed of 7 to 8 knots, about 13 to 15 kilometers an hour. Like their ancestors, the crew of the Okeanos fleet navigates in the footsteps of the first explorers. In this way, they aim to keep the tradition alive. Thanks to their navigation and shipbuilding skills, the Polynesians conquered an area at sea of 70 million square kilometers in just 1,500 years, an area almost as large as the landmass of the continents of Africa and Asia combined. Their way of life spread from Easter Island to Tahiti and Hawaii. The widely scattered islands became the common cultural area of Oceania. And so, throughout the Pacific region, the archetype of a trendy modern sport was practiced: surfing. On simple boards, the Polynesians rode the tall waves that built up especially during winter storms, and invented surfing, which has been a competitive sport for centuries. In Polynesia, surfing is much more than recreational fun. It is integral to their cultural and spiritual life. It's unclear how many boats set off around 3,400 years ago to explore the island region. Researchers estimate, however, that only 1 in 10 ships arrived. All the more enthusiastic was their reception when they made it back home, as it still is today. Further south, there is only water and plenty of wind. In the absence of land, the sea is whipped up by unchecked violent storms. This phenomenon was known by seafarers as the Roaring Forties, due to the geographical location at the 40th line of latitude. Because of this, it was almost impossible to reach New Zealand by sea for centuries. But in the Middle Ages, 3 time frames opened up with a historical effect. For about 20 to 30 years, the winds shifted. Instead of the southwest, they came from the northeast. Maori, brave conquerors from Oceania, now had a tailwind. They reached what was perhaps the last uninhabited spot on Earth and gave it the name Aotearoa, the land of the long white cloud, because of the humid air that hung over the mountains and formed clouds there. This humidity provided the breeding ground for lush plant and animal life. New Zealand also lay isolated for the longest time. There are no large mammals. This means there are no predators for birds like the kiwi, which can't fly because it doesn't have to. Its larger ancestor, the moa, was even easier prey. The Maori hunted it to extinction. The groups also fought among themselves for resources. When the English decided to annex New Zealand for the British Crown in 1750, they encountered a battle-hardened opponent.
The Maori were extremely good at warfare and actually launched very successful military campaigns against the British. They're often credited with actually having invented trench warfare. They had their systems of palisades and trenches that they would kind of retreat back behind and inflicted substantial kind of military losses on the English.
Because they could defend themselves, the Maoris secured their rights in 1840 with the Treaty of Waitangi, New Zealand's oldest constitutional document, but as British citizens. Unlike the Aboriginal people and almost all other indigenous peoples in the world, they escaped the suppression of their culture. And in modern-day New Zealand, the Maori, the original inhabitants, are very visible. The haka, the war dance that New Zealand sports teams and Polynesians also perform at international competitions before every game, expresses the warrior heritage of the Maori. It's far more than folklore. The haka is part of everyday culture in New Zealand. Important state visitors are welcomed with a haka as a matter of course. Today, Maori make up about 14% of the total population. Te reo Maori is the official language alongside English, and this doesn't just change the look of the streets. Television programs are also increasingly being broadcast bilingually.
So one of our rangatira announced as Te Pou Whakarai o Aotearoa. Today we celebrate their lives.
The language, it's something to be treasured. It's something that we treasure. And so how do you honour a gift of language? You use it.
Since the 1970s, Te reo Maori has once again been taught in New Zealand's schools. It is a victory for the proud Maori. Their history and customs are not only reflected in history books, but a part of the New Zealand way of life.
So now it's possible in Aotearoa, New Zealand, to do your entire education, all the way up to a PhD, a doctorate, in te reo, if you chose to.
The Maori have contributed to the national identity of all New Zealanders. The entire nation is now proud of its Polynesian roots.
For a long time, our culture was very monocultural. That really got replaced, I think, by this idea of New Zealand being bicultural and having two equal founding cultures, Māori and Pākehā, or Māori and European.
The fact that settlers from Europe and America moved to the other end of the world at all is due to a special feature in nature off the east coast. It's found underwater. The Kaikoura Trench deepens off the coast due to the collision of the Australian and Pacific plates. It extends one of the world's great deep-sea trenches and drops steeply from a depth of 1,000 meters to more than 3,000 meters. Here, two currents swirl into each other, one cold, the other warm. This is where Antarctic krill, a kind of shrimp, live in enormous shoals. All anyone has to do, if this is their favorite food, is to open their mouths, just like the humpback whale and other whales. The settlers, in turn, were drawn by the whales. Whale oil was one of the most sought-after resources because during industrialization, it powered machines and, above all, lamps. It was so valuable that the long journey was well worthwhile. From 1842, whalers came from Great Britain, France, the USA, and Canada. The bloody slaughter lasted 20 years until most of the whales were killed or driven away. Part of the whaling fleet moved on. Many settlers stayed. The islands of New Zealand were so far off the beaten track that supply transports from Europe often didn't arrive. While Australia was able just to be supplied, at the far end of the continent, everything was lacking. The number 8 wire mentality of the New Zealanders stands for their way of solving their own problems. It's derived from a narrow gauge wire that could be used for almost anything.
Yeah, it probably goes back to pioneering days. It took a long time for imported goods to arrive in the country. We didn't have an industrial kind of culture. And so people learnt to make do with what they had and repaired things for themselves and yeah, became ingenious about figuring out a way to make something work.
Their inventive spirit lives on to this day. Even though New Zealand benefits from globalized trade in the 21st century, not everything arrives as quickly as it's needed. High-tech in particular is in short supply.
We went to go and look for those products internationally and domestically. They just didn't exist, so we had to develop them. So it's been 3 years now, and we've been heavily focused on developing heavy lift drones, as we know that there's going to be a massive need for them in the future.
Cameron Baker and his team intend to use the large drones to save the last remaining primeval forest in New Zealand. Forests like the Tauranga forest once covered the entire North Island. Now, only a few hectares remain, and even these are threatened by pests. Reforestation efforts in this difficult terrain are assisted by homegrown developments.
The idea for that is restoring native forestry to areas that were too difficult or too costly to actually restore by hand, as well as going from, taking days to plant in 1 hectare and costing thousands and thousands of dollars to doing it using seed bombs by drone. We can do that in a matter of minutes and with only hundreds of dollars instead.
The team has now designed more than 100 different drones, each one perfectly adapted to its application, and all 100% Kiwi, or made in New Zealand. The drone is loaded with homemade seed bombs. The drones are controlled from the ground, but even with a load of 200 kilograms, their range of 100 kilometers is significantly greater than that of conventional models. And even over difficult terrain, the connection is maintained. Sam and Cameron have only been working on their idea for 3 years. They've made a successful start and are developing their technology further to protect New Zealand's forests even better.
Kiwis, New Zealanders do have that number 8 wire mentality. Our team of engineers are experts at thinking outside of the box, which is really useful because a lot of the problems that we see in conservation about how are we going to preserve nature, we need to be thinking outside of the box in how to apply the best solution to preserving nature.
The challenges for the people on this isolated continent are not getting any smaller. The northward drift of the Australian plate, which began 50 million years ago, continues. Every year, Australia moves 7 centimeters northwards. a speed that is not noticeable, yet changes everything noticeably. Every few years, the geographical data has to be adjusted, otherwise coastal roads would suddenly be submerged in the sea. The isolated continent remains in flux, driven by the powerful forces deep within our Earth. Our Earth at 55 degrees north. It spans Canada, Greenland, and Siberia. In winter, the coasts here can get as cold as -20 degrees centigrade. Hardly habitable for humans. The same latitude, but a completely different habitat. Lush green from Great Britain to Norway, mild temperatures, pleasant living conditions. Europe has favorable climatic conditions. Even in the north of the continent, fruit trees and strawberries thrive. And it's been like that for almost 3 million years, thanks to a geological shift on the other side of the globe. A current of warm water still flowed between the Americas into the Pacific. But as the land bridge closed, this current changed direction. The Gulf Stream now transported warm water towards Europe. Sand from the Sahara mixed with it, acting like natural fertilizer and making the Gulf Stream an ideal habitat for fish and marine mammals. The stream warmed the coasts of Europe and pushed warm air and moisture across the continent. This not only ensured mild temperatures, but also regular seasons. Spring and summer are followed by autumn and winter in constant alternation.
It's that geological environment that created the perfect place for bountiful, productive agriculture, burgeoning human populations, and the development of cities and civilization.
Added to that was another favorable circumstance. During the Ice Ages, glaciers pressed down heavily on the underlying rock and split it open. When the ice retreated, loess remained, a fertile mix of quartz and lime. Westerly winds spread this loess across the continent, from the Rhine Delta at the North Sea to the Black Sea. This natural environment shapes our lives. At the Max Planck Institute, researchers are investigating exactly how. They're reconstructing the genes of our ancestors from ancient bones and discovering traces of a turning point in Europe.
In recent years, we have reconstructed thousands of old genomes from the past from Europe. Among them are the original Europeans, the hunter-gatherers whose ancestors migrated to Europe 40,000 years ago, who then lived here in Europe. And then, 7,000 years ago, something exciting and unexpected suddenly happened. The genetics of the inhabitants of Europe changed, and at the same time, their way of life changed too.
Migrants from the southeast reached the continent. Their DNA showed that they'd come a long way.
And in fact, we've seen this DNA signature before in people, in the south of Anatolia, which is in the northern part of today's Syria, in the so-called Fertile Crescent.
They migrated from the Fertile Crescent and brought with them a whole new way of life from their homeland. They cultivated fields, farmed and raised livestock. They were sedentary farmers, but they needed more space.
They might have had 5, 6, 7 children because they could have more children than hunter-gatherers, because they could simply produce more food reliably over a given time. And the next generation basically looked for a new field and expanded. And so over several hundred or thousand years, people spread from Western Anatolia through the Balkans to Central Europe and then all over Europe.
The center of gravity, if you like, of European civilization, it moved north from the Mediterranean coastal regions up into the great northern plains of Europe. The huge amounts of arable farmland where the soil is thick and heavy and full of clay, but with the invention of the iron mouldboard, the iron plough, is hugely productive for grain and for feeding a growing population in northern Europe.
Our food tradition is rooted in cereals. Durum wheat is typical of the Mediterranean region. Its protein-rich flour is the basis for bread, pizza, and pasta. In Central Europe, rye and barley grow alongside wheat. So in Germany, mixed bread is particularly popular. In the West, wheat inspires the French baguette. In the European North, thin, crisp bread, which can be stored for a particularly long time in the Scandinavian winter. We don't just cultivate fields. Almost all of Europe's natural environment has been shaped by man. But the continent has also forced us to adapt, as a comparison with our ancestors shows.
Of course, these people originally came from a region that is further south, from Anatolia. That means they also had to adapt to the natural conditions here in Europe. And one natural condition that differs between Anatolia and Central Europe, which I'm sure everyone knows if they've ever been on holiday in Turkey, is that there is more sun there. And in winter, it is much brighter than here in Central Europe.
Because of this, the new arrivals had darker skin, but in Europe, this can lead to a vitamin deficiency.
Vitamin D is produced in the skin by sunlight. However, if you don't have much sun, and above all dark skin, then you produce relatively little amounts of vitamin D. This means that the darker the skin, the less vitamin D you can produce. So if you want to live in the north, for example, in Scandinavia, you need light skin.
Humans adapted amazingly quickly. Within a few thousand years, their skin tone became lighter. The Scandinavians have the lightest skin in Europe, a response to the lack of sunlight. The further south one goes, the darker skinned the people are. So the continent dictates how and where people should live on it.
The story through history has been that it's been Mother Nature, the Earth, has been calling the shots in determining where the mountains are, where the seas and coastlines are found, and therefore the different opportunities and resources available to peoples around the world. The Mediterranean Sea, this tiny inland puddle of water, has been a fervent hive of activity for thousands and thousands of years of history. And the reason for that ultimately comes down to plate tectonics.
When the Earth's plates move, they change the face of the continents. and with it, the living conditions there and the historical developments. In the Mediterranean, it is the African plate that collided with the Eurasian continent 120 million years ago. This tectonic showdown created enormous faults that we all know well today.
That's driven up huge chains of mountain ranges across southern Europe, of the Caucasians, the Carpathians, the Alps.
But this doesn't mean that the Earth's interior is at peace. There are still rumblings at the seams of the plates. To this very day. On one of these seams lies Mount Etna in Sicily. Karen Strelo keeps a close eye on the largest and most active of the Mediterranean volcanoes.
Changes are part of a volcano. That's what makes them so exciting, especially for us. The surface of the volcano is constantly moving and changing, and that is precisely what makes Etna one of the most interesting and exciting volcanoes for research in general. In this respect, it's still my Etna. It wouldn't be my Etna if it didn't erupt and change regularly.
Since early 2021, Etna has become restless again. There's been an increase in spontaneous and particularly strong eruptions. They change the entire coastline, and with it, the living conditions for people. Drone measurements show clearly by how much. Mount Etna has grown by 30 meters in just 6 months, commanding a healthy respect among researchers and scientists.
Etna behaves in many different ways. It has not only one crater, but many. It erupts not only at the summit, but also on the flanks. This is especially dangerous when the volcano is close to a coastline, for instance, island volcanoes, because a landslide that goes into the sea can then trigger a tsunami.
In 1908, a quake in the Etna region triggered one of these tsunamis. "72,000 people died. This is why volcanoes are firmly entrenched in our cultural memory as the cause of tremendous catastrophes. At the same time, the restless Earth is a stroke of luck for Europe. It has formed a coastline that uniquely favors the continent.
The coastline of southern Europe is all crumpled and rippled into lots of archipelagos and natural coves and inlets and bays, and it is perfectly set up for seafaring cultures.
The bays of the Mediterranean coast offer well-protected spots for settlements and harbors. Steep slopes keep out wind and weather, with direct access to the sea. The Mediterranean itself has hardly any tides or strong currents. What it does have is a rich source of food: fish. Thousands of islands dot the Mediterranean, shortening distances for travel and trade.
And if you're crossing even from one side of the Mediterranean to the other, trading from the Nile Delta up to Greece, for example, you're never far from sight of land. All of your landmarks for navigation are reliable as you cross this inland sea.
And so the Mediterranean became the ideal transport space for goods and ideas throughout history. The great ancient cultures flourished under these conditions, and their legacy continues to shape our lives today. Ancient Greece was the birthplace of theatre, Olympia, and science, as well as the concept of democracy. The Romans founded our legal system and were pioneers in construction and urban planning. With their road network, they spread technical innovations and unleashed their military power across the continent. They created a unified economic and monetary area that extended almost to the Scottish border in the north and to the Black Sea in the east. This was also how Christianity developed in Europe. Catholicism and later Protestantism established a common European set of values. Following disputes, since 1514 the Church was divided into the Catholic Western Church and the Orthodox Eastern Church.
Antiquity is a foundation stone for the Europe we know today. This is mainly due to the languages. The Latin language became the Romance languages, and that's why we were able to communicate in Europe at all. A huge difference to other continents, where we have completely different language families and huge barriers and hurdles in a very small area.
Attention à la marche en descendant du train. Cuidado con el espacio entre el vagón y el andén. Atencje, sentido Chile.
Ancient heritage permeates every aspect of life today. Gambling, for example. Lottery balls were already used in the Colosseum. The Roman emperors donated the lottery balls as a public relations exercise. At the same time, the lottery ensured that the audience arrived on time. One route of the modern lotto. Or food. Even the ancient Romans enjoyed eating at street food stalls. Precursor of our snack culture. The Greek gods were given sacrificial bread on their birthdays, sometimes even with candles. This gave rise to our custom of baking a cake for a birthday or giving it as a gift. Common European traditions that began in the Mediterranean region. The Romans didn't make it to the far north of the continent. Here, too, geology and nature shape life, but in a very different way. On Iceland, a deep rift, the Silfra Fault, has been pulling the island apart for millions of years. It was triggered by forces deep underground. Wherever there's a break in the Earth's crust, volcanoes form, and with them, islands like Iceland. Lava surges down to the surface of the water, hardens, and adds to Iceland's mass, still to this day. Vegetation has a hard time in this wild landscape of glaciers and volcanoes. On 2/3 of the island, there's almost nothing that grows. The abundance of nature is found in the sea. Fish. This extreme natural environment shapes the lives of Icelanders. For 4 months of the year, the men go to sea to catch fish. The rest of the year, the fishing families live in a cramped space in wind-protected peat houses. The entire extended family comes together in the living room, the so-called badstofa, to work, eat and sleep, but also to tell stories. Stories inspired by a unique natural environment, full of inexplicable phenomena and powerful forces. This is how sagas and fairy tales began, about invisible beings that live in nature and constantly change it. For hundreds of years, they have shaped the cultural memory of Icelanders.
I believe that nature triggers our belief in the supernatural. It's totally logical that this should happen here in Iceland. We have a bizarre landscape where we see images. Added to that is the vigor of nature. When the earth starts to shake, the mountains spit fire or the hot springs emit steam, it's no wonder we think nature has a living soul.
Dozens of rocks in Iceland are believed to be petrified trolls. Icelanders believe that behind the wildness of nature, there are strange beings at work everywhere. They call them Huldufolk, the hidden people. The scary stories of the Huldufolk have long been part of Icelandic children's upbringing.
Many of the Huldufolk tales contain a warning: never trust nature or the weather. If you get involved with the hidden beings, they will drag you into misfortune or death. Many stories are about the danger of something supernatural that you do not understand.
To this day, these beliefs are deeply rooted in society. Especially in this district of the capital, Reykjavik, there are numerous rocks that are considered to have a soul and are therefore sacred. They may neither be removed nor built over. This is because, since 2012, these rocks have been protected by the Elven Heritage Act. The result is rocky wastelands and unusual pathways, narrowed roads and windows without a view. Entire construction plans are rewritten specifically to preserve the rocks. For the building authorities, the belief in elves is a particular challenge. It's especially awkward for road construction.
10 years ago, we started planning a road until we heard from the locals about a very beautiful stone. The stone was called Ófeigskirkja, which means elf church. So we had to get in touch with the elves and negotiate through a lady with experience in this field.
The authorities hired a seer to consult the beings in the stone, as the TV reported.
When it became clear that the road was to be built, the elves and the hidden people explicitly asked for this area to be protected. We are standing here in a sanctuary we call an elf church.
The authorities followed the seer's advice. They moved the 70-ton stone to a different location that the elves were allowed to choose themselves. There are stories about elves from many places in Iceland. The mythical creatures are a big topic in people's everyday lives too, because they supposedly love to mock and make fools of people.
Of course, elves influence my life. When I lose something, the elves are often behind it. It's about respect for nature and for the elves. I once lived in a house with an elf church in the garden. I even wrote letters to them. These little things influence our daily life.
When I'm in nature, I feel that I am not alone here, and that Everything is somehow connected. For me, that is what the elves are all about.
Þessa tengingu við allt í kringum okkur. Það fyrir mér hafa verið álfarnir.
According to surveys, 8% of Icelanders believe in elves. 57% of them at least don't want to rule out the possibility that they exist. The island's rugged nature and Icelanders' love of stories seem to go hand in hand. More than half the people living on the island read at least 8 books a year. Only in Sweden and Finland do they read more. Surrounded by the wildness of nature, Icelanders tend to be willing to take risks, true to their motto in life: everything will work out fine. Living in close communities generates trust in their fellow human beings. This is probably one of the reasons why Iceland has one of the lowest crime rates in the world. In Scandinavia, too, nature is not always an ally. Beyond the fjords lie tundra and forests on poor soils. Good settlement areas are rare. The reason is that the Ice Age glaciers scraped free the stony core of the continental plate as they retreated. This left behind only small pockets of fertile soil. Compared to other European countries, Scandinavia has a harder time with agriculture than other parts of the continent. Tough conditions for the people who want to settle here. The Vikings rose to the challenge. Early on, men and women shared the work. While most of the men were out raiding or fishing, the women organized life on the farm. The assertive clans refused to bow to any aristocratic rulers.
There is definitely a connection. Living in small, hard-working communities helped keep hierarchies flat. That's why we didn't have feudal nobility. And that led to our way of life today. We even address our politicians by their first names.
The concept of equality is still characteristic of Scandinavian countries, above all Norway, one of the most sparsely populated countries in Europe. Norway has one of the longest road networks in the world in relation to its population. And to connect the various parts of the country, they have to bridge fjords of up to 3 kilometers wide. The aim is to ensure that every family is able to participate in public life and own their own house. Those who cannot afford it from their own resources are supported by the state. And Norway also invests heavily in education and culture for all. The country spends almost 6% of its gross domestic product on education alone. Scandinavia as a whole is considered a pioneer for participation and equality.
Throughout history, we have always had a division of labor between the sexes. On the farms, everyone had to do his or her part to make a living in agriculture. As a result, we place a lot of emphasis on strong family cohesion and equality.
In Norway, there are almost as many female as male members of parliament. In families, men are increasingly taking on childcare. In a global comparison of countries with the highest gender equality, 4 Scandinavian nations are currently in the top 5. The progress of modern Scandinavian societies is also rooted in the North's challenging natural environment. In the center of Europe, the Earth's history influences our development in a different way. Hills and mountains divide the continent into regions, like a puzzle with hundreds of pieces. On On the other hand, 37,000 kilometers of waterways connect the continent of Europe, making it more accessible than any other.
Europe is also unique because its geography divides on the one hand and brings us together on the other. We have large rivers that define cultural areas, but we also have barriers. This is where communication stalls, and behind these natural barriers, a different culture actually begins.
So geography is responsible for plenty of rivalry too. In the Middle Ages, a patchwork of hundreds of different dominions emerged in Europe. My castle, my lord, my currency. On the one hand, this constantly generated conflicts. On the other, Europe became a competitive continent. Business and technology, but also science, advanced as a result. With the rivalries, clichés flourished too. In the Styrian ethnic table from the 18th century, the Styrians classified their direct neighbors: the open-hearted German, the war-obsessed French, and the peasant Polish.
For a long time, we believed that these regions would be absorbed into nations. But today we know that nations consist of regions, and that people need a regional identity, but not necessarily a national identity.
To this day, Europe's regions still strive for independence, sometimes against the state to which they belong. There is no other continent with so many independence movements. They're active in 30 regions, from Sardinia to the Faroe Islands, Northern Ireland to Transylvania. The 2.7 million Basques also see themselves as belonging to an independent region. This strong sense of identity stems from the power of geography. Because both mountains and sea define the Basque country as a region in its own right. Politically, it belongs to Spain and France. Its remoteness has helped an ancient language to survive that is unrelated to any of the European language families. Basque is completely independent. It is the expression of Basque identity.
We're Basque. We speak Basque because we grew up with the language from an early age, and that is why, deep down, we identify as Basque.
This has given the Basques a hard time in the Spanish state. Under Franco's dictatorship, all efforts towards autonomy were banned until 1975, and with them, the Basque language and regional traditions.
We carried on speaking Basque at home, but when I went to school, it was completely forbidden. It was only 40 or even more years later that I discovered that some of my classmates also spoke Basque. We all knew it, but we didn't use the language for fear of repression. That was our life.
The Basques invented a loophole. They met in so-called cooking cooperatives, culinary clubs that cooked for their own members in restaurants.
We could speak Basque there too, but only cautiously, because you didn't know who might be listening. The cooking cooperatives were not isolated spots with no repression, but we were lucky. We were never searched or anything like that. Others were.
The cooking cooperatives bolstered the solidarity of the Basques against the dominating Spaniards and, incidentally, also their regional cuisine. Today, the Basque country has the highest number of star-rated restaurants in Europe per head of population.
As the name Euskaldunak suggests, Basques are people who speak Basque. That is the simplest definition. Officially, I am Spanish, but the heart is the heart. And deep in our hearts, we are Basques, and we want to live as Basques.
Europe, the continent of regions shaped by nature. But so was the Europeans' urge to go out into the world. Our coasts shaped the history and culture of Europe like no other natural environment.
Europe as being a continent dominated by the sea, a continent which has benefited from the opportunities offered by the sea for trade and communication and the sharing of ideas.
Western Europe has an extremely long coastline in relation to its landmass, much longer than that of the USA or Russia, for example, the best conditions for setting off for unknown shores.
You could describe Europe as being the land of peninsulas, not just the intricate coastline of the northern Mediterranean, but the Iberian Peninsula, Spain and Portugal jutting out into the North Atlantic, and then ultimately forming a launch pad out into the North Atlantic and across the world with the age of exploration and the age of sail.
A race for glory and resources began on the densely populated continent. The Portuguese landed on the west coast of Africa. Christopher Columbus, on the other hand, in America, which he mistook for India. There began a global era of trade, but also one of exploitation.
Europe in the 1500s was a greedy continent. Europeans wanted gold, they wanted silver, and they wanted spices. And what sounds like a success story for some was a disaster for others. The American continent was densely populated at this time, and within 100 years, large parts of these American cultures were destroyed, and 90% of the population there was killed, mostly murdered. Some died of diseases. A success story that was a great failure for others. And as always in history, there was much light and even more shadow.
Europe viewed itself as the mother of the continents. This is also reflected in maps, in which the small continent is depicted as oversized. By 1914, Europe's nations controlled 40% of the world's landmass. In Europe itself, an appetite for questionable exoticism began. People were put on show like animals in zoos. The format was called ethnological exposition and persisted until the 1930s. Hundreds of thousands of cultural objects from Africa, Oceania, the Americas, and Asia were brought to Europe. But their return changed Europe's self-image.
For at least 200 years, we Europeans have thought, we are universal, we represent all humanity, and all that is crumbling right now, in a positive sense.
For over 100 years, more and more food from far-off lands has enhanced our everyday lives. At first, they were reserved exclusively for the rich. Exotic fruits, coffee or tea were barely affordable luxuries. But in Germany, the Purchasing Cooperative for Colonial Goods Dealers, or EDK for short, wanted to make these goods affordable for everyone. Attitudes towards food began slowly to change. Food from around the world, available at any time, at reasonable prices, an aspiration that for many is now a matter of course. Germans alone import more than 100,000 tons of coffee beans every month. This averages out at 162 litres of coffee that we drink per capita per year. Our daily menu would be unimaginable without food from the former colonies. What lands up here from foreign countries has enriched all our cuisines. Potatoes came from Peru. They thrived excellently in Europe and became national dishes such as Belgian frites or English fish and chips. Hungarian goulash and Spanish chorizo owe their popularity to peppers from America. German runner beans originated there too. But Europe itself had a raw material, an energy source that would radically change life on the continent and subsequently worldwide. Over millions of years, processes in the Earth's interior created deposits that stretched in a huge crescent from Eastern Europe across Germany and France to England. But for a long time, the raw material stored here remained unused. Until the 13th century, when large parts of Europe had been widely deforested. This was when people in northern England began to burn the easily accessible and highly combustible coal on a grand scale. The black gold became the fuel of a new era. Coal powered a new invention, the steam engine. This paved the way for operating large machines in even larger factories. Coal drove the industrial age in Europe. Coal satisfied the new era's enormous hunger for energy. With its help, iron and steel were produced on an industrial scale. And this industrial revolution set in motion an unprecedented acceleration in life. Europe, gifted by nature, was once again the driver of civilization.
Industrialization changed the way that we live our lives. Combined with new sources of light, like gas lights and then electricity, humans stayed up much later into the night rather than going to sleep with the sunset.
In the big factories, new values began to emerge with the new form of work. Cohesion and solidarity against the pressure of circumstances.
If you have a big, expensive factory churning out products, you want to maximize the profit you can get for your investment. You have long working days, broken down on particular shifts. And so time became really important with the Industrial Revolution, and clocks and the minute.
But clocks still ticked differently everywhere. At the end of the 19th century, the German Empire was a patchwork quilt with different times. It wasn't until 1893 that the law for the introduction of a uniform determination of time was passed in Germany. This ended the confusion of Munich, Berlin, or other regional time zones. Instead, Central European time applied throughout Germany.
So the way that we live our lives today with alarm clocks to wake us up when we're still tired and living under electric lights deep into the night, all of that descends back through history to the discovery of these rocks underground that burn.
The age of coal is almost over in Europe, but according to studies, solidarity is still an important value in the old industrial regions. Team spirit counts most of all where people dream of social advancement. This is also apparent in everyday life. In German kiosks, you can do more than just shop. Packages are accepted here, keys are kept, worries shared.
Buddha, kiosk, Butchen, it's got many names, and that's part of what it is, the kiosk.
Originally, they were facilities set up by the steel mills and collieries as a cheap supply source for the workers' families. The factories are gone, but the values live on.
You stick together, know, and help each other too.
Can you carry a shopping bag upstairs for me? A lot of old people live here. Sticking together is definitely not social romanticism here. It's real. It happens every day.
Rarely has a condition of nature shaped people's lives as much as coal. Industrialization has not just changed Europe profoundly, but also the relationship between humans and nature.
We now have so much capability with our technology and our industry that it is us that is changing the world rather than vice versa. We are changing the composition of the atmosphere, or we are warming the climate of the entire planet. We are moving more sediment with our mining than all the rivers on the planet put together.
Man-made climate change poses completely new challenges for Europe. Once again, the continent's natural conditions could determine how people live in the future.
Europe is a strong continent because it has strong geography. And in times of climate change and more difficult cultivation conditions worldwide, it will become evident, and is already evident, that we have fewer natural disasters and extreme weather events in Europe than in many parts of Asia, Africa, and North and South America. And in this respect, indicators suggest that the great age of Europe is yet to come. But not to make the world happy, rather, Europe has the chance to become something like the Noah's Ark of the 21st century through its geography.
Europe, a continent that geology and nature have endowed with favorable conditions for life. In the future, this will be more important than ever. North America's natural icons are world famous. Monument Valley, the Grand Canyon, the Rocky Mountains. They bear witness to the great movements of the continent. Most recently, the Ice Ages changed its shape extensively. The ice ground down the plains in the interior, filled up the Great Lakes, and carved the Niagara Falls into the landscape. The Ice Ages were also the initial spark that ignited American history, especially the last cold period 15,000 years ago changed North America forever. At that time, an enormous sheet of ice reached as far as the latitude of New York. It bound so much water that the sea level dropped significantly. This was especially noticeable in the northwest of the continent. A land bridge formed between what is now Alaska and Asia, Beringia. This land connection also changed the ocean currents.
Ultimately, this meant that the moisture from the North Pacific could no longer penetrate so far north. And that in turn meant that it was relatively dry, at least in the low-lying areas of this region where there was practically no ice. And that was a kind of refuge area for animals and also for plants. Then, during the Ice Age, they were able to hibernate there, so to speak.
Many animal species migrated over the land bridge into North America, mammoths as well as reindeer. The animals were followed by humans who roamed the land as hunter-gatherers, and so they reached the continent, which was probably virtually uninhabited until then. In the north, they encountered a hostile landscape, the polar region, a tundra. Nevertheless, the immigrants made the region their home until today.
So although we evolved as a naked, hairless ape in Africa, we've been able to adapt to vastly different biomes, different ecosystems around the world, such as the freezing cold Arctic tundra of the high Canadian Arctic, where Inuit cultures and societies thrive under an environment which is very, very different from when we first developed.
The First Nations, which include the Inuit, succeeded because they responded to the challenges of nature with specially developed cultural techniques. They lived mainly from hunting and fishing. Wide snowshoes prevented them from sinking deep into the snow. Lined hooded jackets, called parkak, kept them warm. Our word parka also comes from them. The Inuit way of life is semi-nomadic. They only seek out permanent settlements in winter. Until the Canadian state forced them to settle down in the mid-20th century.
It meant that there was a change in absolutely everything. It meant there was a change in Inuit diet. It meant there was a change in Inuit economy, because the Inuit were meant to take part in the wage economy. So absolutely everything changed when Inuit were moved from the land to communities.
These were not the only problems for the Inuit. The overall conditions were bad. The huge distances and the weather prevented construction of a road network, so the settlements could often only be supplied by air. This made food in the supermarkets extremely expensive. But the First Nations continued to maintain their traditional cultural techniques and still go hunting or foraging for mussels to this day. The shellfish are an important source of protein. At new moon and full moon, the water sinks so far at low tide that caves form under the ice.
Look into this one.
That looks safer.
Going into the caves is very dangerous. The ice layers can fall or be shifted by the returning tide so that the exit could close. The women are lucky today. They've found plenty of mussels.
Aether, watch out for the incoming tide.
Every venture under the ice is a race against the tides. The Inuit women win it because they've learned over generations to get along with the ice and its threats. This is how they've managed to survive, even though some of their most important traditions, such as whaling, are now banned.
The kind of story that we need to share more of is that we have come from a strong, resilient people grounds us today so that we can continue to work towards making sure Inuit into the future continue to thrive.
The permafrost ends just south of the Inuit areas. This is where the nature that Canada is famous for takes over. With an area of around 300 million hectares, Canada has the third largest forested area in the world. Its pristine nature is no coincidence, because lying just below the surface of the land, there's a geological feature with tremendous impact, the Canadian Shield. It was also formed during the Ice Age. Over tens of thousands of years, glaciers have worn away the surface of Canada. All that remains is the hard granite rock that forms the core of all the continental plates. In most other landscapes of the world, this granite layer lies buried kilometers deep under sediment. For Canada, this means that water collects here as if on asphalt. Because there are no deep valleys for large river courses in the abraded peneplain, only a fraction of Canada's 2 million waterways and lakes are navigable. And the Canadian Shield has another shortcoming.
Is rich in minerals, but has a very thin topsoil, so it's not very good for farming. And you can really tell in where the Canadian population lies, most of the farming population has had to find land off the Canadian Shield.
This is why, to this day, 80% of Canada's population lives in the south of the country, in a strip only 100 miles wide on the border with the USA. Almost all the big cities like Montreal, Ottawa, Toronto, and Vancouver are located here. The north remains a real frontier area. It's almost impossible to penetrate the wilderness and make it permanently accessible. This is precisely why it plays a crucial role in the Canadian view of history.
It has rarely been in the Canadian story one of conquest, one of defeat, one of settlement. Instead, the Canadian story or Canadian culture tends to acknowledge the resilience of the frontier, the fact that it will outscale us, outpace us, outnumber us, and it will often surround us.
Since the end of the 19th century, the Canadian state has been recruiting new immigrants in Europe to help develop the country's valuable resources. The newcomers were settled in so-called block settlements, small village communities that together were meant to defy nature. With its own police unit, the Mounties, the state not only protected them, but also the development of important infrastructure, such as the railway. This is another reason why Canadians have a very special relationship with their government.
It usually comes down to the fact that the landscape is much bigger than we are. And so we turn to some kind of external federal system to hold us together. The expectation is that this federal system or a government larger than ourselves should be able to support institutions that otherwise couldn't survive just based on individual choice.
In winter, Canadians are especially dependent on government organization. In Ottawa, for example, there are 170 centimeters of new snow every year. Montreal alone has to spend the equivalent of 120 million euros a year on snow clearance, just to transport the masses of snow to the outskirts of the city.
The idea that experiencing winters, experiencing harsh winters is something that we all do together, that we will come out the other side of, and it's something of a community building exercise.
The idea of community permeates public life as well as the leisure time of Canadians. Canada has about half of the world's ice hockey rinks. Unlike in the neighboring USA, ice hockey is not just a competitive sport here, but part of everyday life and a game for everyone. To keep it that way, free ice hockey rinks like this one in the national capital, Ottawa, allow in anyone who wants to play.
It's so supportive, and you feel so welcome most of the time, and everyone's just so supportive of each other, and yeah, it's really fun. I'm always having fun when I'm playing hockey, so.
To maintain the ice surface throughout the winter takes a lot of work, a job that is mainly done by volunteers, like Al Arsenault. He puts in 20 to 30 hours a week during the season.
I think it's important to have something like an outdoor rink in a community. It brings families together. It gets the kids away from their social media and away from the video games. And the parents also come out, and it gives them a chance to establish relationships with other families. It just helps to build the community as inhabitants, people who enjoy that. So for me as a volunteer, that's my way of giving back to the community.
Neighborhood initiatives like this are not unusual. Almost 80% of Canadians over 15 do volunteer work. For example, Operation Red Nose. Volunteers drive tipsy party guests home during the Christmas season in their own cars. To this day, there's also great state and city welfare for the population. And unlike in the neighboring USA, all Canadians are covered by social benefits and statutory health insurance. In the south, in Mexico's Yucatan, North America pushes up into the tropics. At first glance, Yucatan seems like a paradise. In fact, nature presents a challenge here as well, because the soil consists of porous limestone. Rainwater seeps away very quickly. A natural disaster that happened 66 million years ago didn't improve settlement conditions at all. An asteroid headed for Yucatan and hit with the force of more than 200 million Hiroshima bombs. Within 5 hours, the Earth's entire atmosphere was darkened by material thrown up by the impact, dust particles, sulfur, and the soot from gigantic forest fires. A global winter set in and lasted for decades. A mass extinction followed, which not only killed the large dinosaurs, but also 3/4 of all other living creatures. With the end of this catastrophic period, the temperatures rose again. The rainforest as we know it today conquered the land. It thrives in the rains of the tropical region, yet only special plants survive here, because while the heavy downpours provide enough water, the rain also constantly washes away the soil. In many places, the humus layer is only a few millimeters thick. The rainforest flora has adapted to this, but many other plants lack the nutrients. Yet people still managed to conquer even this adverse environment. The crater rim of the meteorite impact shows a geological phenomenon that made it possible. Caves have formed around the compact rock of the crater rim. Here, rainwater doesn't disappear without a trace in the karstic underground. Where the rock is especially porous, it collects in cavities, so-called cenotes. There are about 3,000 of these freshwater reservoirs on Yucatan. Archaeologists suspect that people were attracted to them early on. But exploring the water-filled caves is dangerous. Time and again, divers have had fatal accidents. In 2020, a German-Mexican archaeological team was investigating the jailhouse cenote. The reason was that amateur divers claimed to have found human bones down here.
The only possible explanation of how this person reached the place where his skeleton was found is that he did so when there was no water, when the cave was dry. This was an amazing realization for me, and I wanted to know more about it.
The last time the caves were dry for a longer period was about 10,000 years ago. Was Yucatan already populated at that time? The divers did indeed make a find. They discovered a human hip bone. And nearby, a skull. The findings suggest that people discovered and used the caves and their fresh water, which at that time emerged as springs near the ground at a very early stage.
It is a combination of the protection the cave provided from bad weather and large predators such as the American lion or saber-toothed tiger or short-faced bear. All of this makes caves an extremely important place in the environment because they provided shelter and water, and all our life is tied to water. We cannot exist without water.
Laboratory tests confirmed the age of the finds. They proved that the fresh water of the cenotes enabled people to live on Yucatan as far back as 10,000 years ago. So the peninsula was settled much earlier than previously thought. Around 8,000 years later, people on the Yucatan created a unique, advanced civilization. The Maya. They built temples and large cities. Even 2,000 years ago, up to 200,000 people lived in them. Yet the rainforest could actually only feed 1 to 2 people per square kilometer. The secret of their success lay in their sophisticated agricultural techniques. The Maya succeeded in optimizing the poor soil of the rainforest. They added lime to the soil, significantly enhancing its nutrient content. A strategic combination of vegetables that support each other, the 3 sisters, pumpkin, beans, and maize, ensured that the soil was not depleted by cultivation. Above all, the Maya continued to cultivate this then inconspicuous plant, teosinte, today maize.
Maize, in its original form, was a tiny little hard husk like this. And over evolutionary time, over natural selection, we've expanded that into this grotesquely swollen, fruit-bearing structure solely for the purpose of human consumption and not really for its original purpose of reproduction for the plant.
The highly cultivated maize plant can use sunlight much more efficiently than other plants. Its shallow roots can also absorb rain directly at the surface before it seeps away. With its plump cobs, maize is a kind of magic weapon in the rainforest. And it's now widespread all over the world. Maize is now the world's highest yielding staple food crop, ahead of rice and wheat. Over 1 billion tons are harvested each year. For humans, however, mainly as animal feed. In Mexico, where corn originated, an old tradition lives on. Corn tortillas, tacos, and nachos provide their typical finger food. 40,000 tortillerias in Mexico still use the original Mayan processing method, in which maize flour is treated with lime to produce a particularly smooth dough. To the west of Yucatan, in the heart of Mexico, volcanoes shape the landscape. It's dominated by their mighty peaks. Mexico is the meeting point of two volcanic zones. The Trans-Mexican Volcanic Belt stretches over 1,000 kilometers across the continent, and another active volcanic arc runs along the edge of the plate, along the entire west coast. The constant friction of the continental plates generates an average of 80 earthquakes per day. In addition, 46 active volcanoes in Mexico pose a permanent threat to human beings. But they are both a curse and a blessing. Their ash fertilizes the soil of the plateau created by the volcanoes. Meltwater flows from their peaks onto the fertile plateau. It has always been a place that has attracted people. As the pyramids of Teotihuacan show, these imposing structures replicate the mighty mountains. The Teotihuacanos considered them sacred. Just like many other great cultures, such as the Aztecs, they all have beliefs in common in which volcanoes play a central role.
Legend has it that the first humans were created thanks to the sacrifice of the gods in a bonfire. That is, through fire, the gods sacrificed themselves, threw themselves into the fire so that they could give us their blood. So the volcano was always present. People had a lot of respect, but also a lot of reverence for the volcanoes because they caused creation. They gave birth to life.
A mural from Teotihuacan illustrates this idea. The blood of deceased people flows into a mountain and comes out again as spring water at the bottom to water the fields. The sacrifice is a prerequisite for new life, and life is an eternal cycle. With the Christianization of Mexico, some aspects were adopted from earlier religions.
When a tree drops its fruit, it does not mean that the tree is dead. It means that a new cycle begins. Within the Catholic Church, there is no such renewal. Death is a punishment. Man was once supposed to be eternal, but as a result of Adam and Eve's sin, death arose as a punishment. But in our ancient conception, it was not a punishment, it was renewal. One cycle ends and a new one begins.
To this day, the Christianized Mexicans have not allowed their traditional ideas to be taken away from them, even if Aztec pyramids were deliberately built over by churches like the one in Cholula. Their belief in nature has survived and shapes a mixed religion in which indigenous beliefs, rites, and gods are combined with Christian traditions.
This is what has made Mexico such a religious country in the long run. Religiosity has been with us for thousands of years. Mexicans need this spirituality. It is part of our personality.
This is especially evident during Mexico's most important festival, the Day of the Dead. According to Mexican belief, the dead return to their relatives on this day. For example, the Núñez Cruz family in Mexico City. The grandfather of the family died just last year. Food and drink are offered to him and others on a small altar. This festive meal is prepared to give thanks for the life of the deceased. In ancient cultures, on the other hand, mourning the dead is considered disrespectful. To this day, for many Mexicans, commemorating death is not only associated with mourning.
People mourn the loss of a loved one, but at the same time, we give thanks to Mother Earth, who welcomes them back. That is why people also celebrate death and accompany the dead person with music to their funeral.
Little skeletons called calaveras are supposed to take away the terror of death. Whereas elsewhere the returning dead only feature in horror stories, in Mexico people joke about death. On the table are tamales, steamed packets of maize or banana leaves, and the deceased's favorite foods. Scattering flowers is also part of the tradition. The petals are meant to show the deceased the way home.
We use flowers not only because of their outer beauty or because of their splendid colors, but because Mother Nature has endowed them with aromas that go beyond the tangible aspect, so to speak. It is not only about the visible beauty of flowers here on Earth, but also about the scent they release. These aromas can cross the threshold between us, the living, and the dead. The dead recognize the scent, and that is the only reason they can return to visit us.
Following the celebrations at home, the families visit their deceased at the cemetery. Celebrations take place over the Catholic holidays of All Saints' Day and All Souls' Day. But there was also a celebration around this time in ancient Mexico.
Strangely enough, the festivities fell at the same time that the Catholic Church commemorates its deceased. According to Catholic belief, however, one only remembered the deceased person, said a prayer, and that was it. But for the pre-Hispanic people, it was about creating a way for the dead to approach, and that has evolved and become very big.
Because of its unique blend of Christian and pre-Hispanic customs, the Day of the Dead is recognized by UNESCO as an intangible cultural heritage. The fact that these traditions meet at all is also due to the peculiarities of the continent. Off the east coast of North America, the wind became the decisive factor. It virtually drove the Europeans across the sea. Because the heat at the equator and the rotation of the Earth ensure constant wind movements, the trade winds. They blow reliably from Europe towards the American continent. Westerly winds in the north take Europeans back home.
It was this global pattern of atmospheric circulation that drives the pattern of winds around the world, which dictated where these transoceanic trade routes were established, which dictated where the fortresses and ports and cities were founded. It determined the entire pattern of European empire building and colonization. And we still see the fingerprints of those wind patterns in the world today.
It was mainly Protestant Christians from England who sailed to the east coast of the American continent with the trade winds, for example, the Pilgrim Fathers on the Mayflower in 1620. They were Puritans and, as Calvinists, particularly radical supporters of the Reformation of the Catholic Church, initiated by Luther and furthered by John Calvin. They believed that it had failed in their home country, and they wanted to do better in America.
So it's like the Israelites in the Old Testament. We are the chosen people. We are God's people. God has now given us the task or the opportunity to found a society organized purely on the basis of the Bible in the woods of Massachusetts. Therefore, we have the chance to reform the world.
Die Welt zu reformieren.
But this world was not as empty as Europeans later liked to claim. The mounds of Cahokia in the Midwest are just one testimony to the many different indigenous cultures living on the continent before the arrival of the Europeans. Around the year 1000, a city arose here where between 10 and 40,000 people may have lived. Little is known about them or about other indigenous cultures in what is now the USA in the time before Columbus.
What we can say for sure is that there were not just nomads and a few hunter-gatherers, but there were entirely differentiated Indian societies. And this idea of an empty continent just waiting for European settlement is actually part of the European justification, the ideology for expansion, and ultimately for the destruction of the Indians.
Driven by their supposedly divine mission, the religious refugees from Europe felt entitled to expel the indigenous inhabitants. Time and again, there were armed conflicts between settlers and indigenous people. Time and again, peace treaties were concluded, and time and again, they were broken, mostly by the Europeans. The further the settlers penetrated into the land, the worse the situation became for the indigenous people. Over 3 centuries, the indigenous population was reduced to a fraction of their original numbers and forced into reservations. Among today's Americans, there are hardly any descendants of the indigenous population. Only 3% of the population describe themselves as indigenous in census surveys. The country is dominated by a white majority, a Christian majority. It's divided into dozens of subgroups, such as Baptists, Methodists, or Lutherans, because along with the religious refugees, the trade winds also blew their aspirations to America.
North America has always been a market of religious ideas, where many different groups persecuted in Europe were able to realize their ideas of a good, God-fearing life, so that it was precisely the moment of religious tolerance that led to an intensification of religiosity and piety.
New movements kept emerging, such as the Pentecostal movement at the end of the 19th century. American piety also produced relatively extreme groups, such as the Mormons. Likewise, groups described elsewhere as sects, such as the Jehovah's Witnesses or Scientology, are tolerated in the USA. Freedom of religious belief is part of the founding ideology of the USA. An ideology that's closely linked to the great wide plains in the country's interior. The USA's fate is determined by the unique shape of the continent. During the shifting of the Earth's plates, mountain ranges were pushed up on both coasts, the Appalachian Mountains in the east, the Rocky Mountains in the west. Like a gigantic flat wedge, a 2 million square kilometer landscape lies between them, the flat, vast interior plains. And it's precisely here that the glaciers of the Ice Age deposited nutrient-rich rock debris from the north of the continent, loess. Except the Europeans were reluctant to venture into the interior for almost a century.
For long periods of American cultural history, the wilderness actually stood for danger, for threat, for something that had to be overcome, that had to be destroyed.
Then, in 1862, Abraham Lincoln signed the so-called Homestead Act. This set out that anyone who cultivated a vacant piece of land for 5 years could become its owner. Although westward expansion had already been in full swing for several decades at the time, the Homestead Act triggered a veritable run on the West.
There's a tradition in American life of owning land, of building up properties. Those are things that are kind of central to what it means to be an American. The opportunity to own land, the opportunity to be able to do whatever you want as long as you work hard. Those are core values of the United States and of the founding of it.
Those who stayed behind soon began to receive fantastic postcards from the pioneers. They showed a land where everything, typically American, seemed to be bigger and better than anywhere else, even if that was an exaggeration. Because the settlers didn't just reap rich harvests. The open, wide landscape was a gateway for tornadoes and sandstorms. Time and again, these destroyed everything the newcomers had built, but they were stoic in their defiance of the conditions. Courage and risk-taking paid off. The settlers became very successful, as the land behind the Appalachians was extremely fertile. To this day, the Midwest is the breadbasket of the USA. After World War II, American farmers deployed sophisticated irrigation systems, resulting in successful mass agricultural production, even in the adjoining dry prairie out towards the west. From the beginning, the success story of the Midwest was driven by the expansion of the transport network. Within 40 years, the railway connected the east and west coasts. Since 1890, a dense rail network has crisscrossed the entire country, but at the cost of hundreds of fatal work accidents. The rail network was followed by the expansion of roads. These enabled Americans to conquer even larger areas. Cities grew alongside the highways, and the suburbs emerged. It was the urban answer to the dream of having one's own vast country. Typically, Americans build single-story houses over a large area.
As the population spread west, you have the frontier, you have these big cities that just go out for miles and miles. It's a really fascinating part of American life that doesn't really exist in other places.
But lots of space also means long distances. Taken together, Americans travel around 90 billion kilometers by car every week. 86% commute by car.
In a lot of ways, the car has a parallel to the Old West cowboy myth of being out on the trail, of being able to conduct business and move as quickly as you want by yourself, and being self-reliant and being sort of engaged in whatever it is you want to be engaged in without anyone else's interference.
Because commuting by car takes up a lot of time, they do as much as possible on the road. It's not for nothing that in-car cup holders and roadside drive-through restaurants were invented in the US. Drive-through deals are not just for fast food. Americans also want to be able to visit pharmacies, strip clubs, or churches in their cars.
The drive-through is a really strong metaphor for American life. You turn off of the road and go and buy something really quickly and then move along your way. And that feels very much like the social fabric of America in a nutshell.
The car almost became like a member of the family. This is underlined by events like this. Prior to a Philadelphia Eagles game, fans gather in the car park for a tailgate party. It's a picnic where everyone brings their own food and drink, preferably preparing and eating it at the open trunk of the car. For many, the party in the car park is more important than the game itself. A third of them don't even watch it.
When you think about tailgating as a sort of feature of American leisure, it's something that really represents being in control of your experience, having something that you travel to where you want to go, you bring exactly what you want to bring with you, and you can personalize your experience. You're in complete control of it.
And almost 10 million Americans celebrate this sentiment with a personalized number plate. In the southeast, the USA even extends into subtropical latitudes with a warm, humid climate. Cotton grows well here. No other country exports as much of it as the USA. But the tropical climate also makes for a treacherous landscape. Worms, parasites, and insects find ideal conditions here. Mosquitoes transmit diseases such as malaria or yellow fever, a problem for the European plantation owners who settled on the Mississippi. The diseases killed off the white workers. Some people from Africa, however, were immune to these diseases thanks to a genetic mutation. From the 17th century onwards, they were abducted and enslaved in large numbers. Even though they were declared free people after the American Civil War, the foundations were laid for a two-class society in the USA.
Black folks fall behind every single generation. Redlining is at the root of it. Racism is at the root of it. Jim Crow is at the root of it.
Jim Crow is a distorted caricature of a singing, dancing black man presented by white people in shows. To this day, the name stands for the segregation laws in the USA. They permeated all areas of life in the US South until the 1960s. Blacks had to use separate waiting rooms or compartments on the train. They ate separately. Their right to vote was made more difficult. The map shows the states in which joint schooling of blacks and whites was still prohibited in 1954. In the Great Migration between 1916 and 1970, attracted by jobs, 6 million black people moved to the supposedly liberal North, for example, to Baltimore. To this day, you can see in the traditionally black neighborhoods here that blacks as a population group are still consistently disadvantaged here too. These poor conditions are the result of an old law from 1934. The so-called National Housing Act was supposed to make it possible for more people to own their own houses. But when only a few black people lived in a neighborhood, the entire area was marked as a red zone. Its residents were branded as not being creditworthy. As a result, most of them could never afford their own house. Green areas, on the other hand, were rich neighborhoods where residents could easily get loans. In this way, inequality grew. A rift opened up.
It also dealt with whether or not there were going to be parks and green space in the communities. Green line and blue line communities, you have more homeowners, you have larger sidewalks, you have park spaces, you have more trees. It's a difference between a concrete jungle and having a park for your child to play in.
No one invested in the red zones because they consisted almost exclusively of rented apartments and no one improved on their tenements. Supermarkets only opened up in the richer parts of the city. Investments flowed into playgrounds, schools and parks. The gap could not be bridged, so one's future was automatically determined at birth.
Research shows that a black boy born in Baltimore City in poverty will never get out of that condition. It's not just integrated racism and systemic racism, it's structural racism. It's the barriers that keep black communities from moving forward.
Sometimes even literally, like here on Franklin Street. This motorway is known as the Highway to Nowhere because its construction was never completed and it ends after only 2.2 kilometers. Also because of it, many residents are cut off from important infrastructure.
So if we go back and we look at this notion of the highway to nowhere, it was putting money into automobiles and not public transportation. What is unusual in a lot of these highway situations, they butt right up against economically challenged communities where people don't have access to cars. It cuts down on their access to public transportation.
Healthy food is also harder to come by in the red districts. The small corner shops are dominated by pre-packaged convenience foods. Many of these neighborhoods are classified as food deserts. By definition, 1/3 of the residents in such an area live 1 mile, that's 1.6 kilometers or more from the nearest supermarket. The sad result is that the mortality rate from diabetes is twice as high in these areas as it is elsewhere.
They're sort of trapped in the community, and because of them being trapped like that, they're limited to where they can spend their subsidized funds. And it seems like it's seemingly getting more and more of a challenge for them to even find a place to do that. So for them to get to the box stores now, they have to take Uber or whatever because a lot of them are deprived of vehicles. And of course, when you go to Uber and all, that's taking more of their income. And it seems like something that needs to be taken into consideration when the government, the state, the mayor, whatever, considers these neighborhoods.
In problem cities like Baltimore, structural racism is at least being talked about today, but it's deeply cemented, also in the tax, school, and college system of the entire USA. Yet still, major cities are the best testimony to the economic success of the USA. It starts in the Chicago area and is determined by the shape of the Earth's surface around the Great Lakes. The land here is rich in mineral resources. Coal and iron ore, the raw materials for steel, are stored in and around the Appalachian Mountains and lakes. The Mississippi River, the Great Lakes, and a network of rivers provide navigable waterways to the Atlantic Ocean.
In the 19th century, the USA was the only country on the continent that had all the raw materials it needed for industrialization in its own country. That's something you don't find anywhere else. Iron ore, coal deposits, and all the other minerals needed for industrialization. All the other countries had one or two raw materials, but never all the ones you'd need.
Raw materials were transported by rail or ship to cities like Chicago, where they were processed in factories. The industry attracted millions of immigrants from Europe who were looking for work. Initially, they came mainly from the British Isles and Scandinavia. But in the middle of the 19th century, it was mostly Germans who came. They brought with them their beer to America and replaced whiskey in the saloons as the favorite alcoholic drink. They introduced kindergartens. That's why they're still called kindergarten in the USA. And bowling, which is so popular today, also goes back to the German 9-pin bowling or skittles. That applies to sport in general. In their homeland, the gymnastics movement was part of a political idea. The Germans brought it with them to the USA. And the first thing they needed was space, which they didn't have in the cramped tenements. On their initiative, public parks and sports facilities were expanded. Today, Chicago alone has 580 parks, over 3,500 hectares of green space, and 307 fields for American football, soccer, and the like. Over time, schools also discovered the benefits of sport and promoted team sports.
The object was to teach the children how to become good Americans, right? They did this kind of unconsciously. So the way that it worked was they would teach them American sports and games rather than German gymnastics, such as baseball or football or basketball, team games. And the idea was to teach them how to become a good Americans through competition, because competition is the basis for the capitalist system. They wanted them to become good capitalists.
The notion persists to this day, and sport has become an integral part of the national identity.
Sports is part of who I am. I've used it for various outlets. Being new to a city, as in Chicago, where I found basketball leagues, football leagues, even going to play soccer. I use it as an outlet for college, something to keep in shape, to play competitively. I use it as a little kid to fit in. Someone who's tall, I use it as an outlet to utilize my height.
For many, an athletic scholarship is the only way to finance a college education, and it's one reason why the US is becoming the proverbial melting pot of the world.
You pick the best players, regardless of their race or ethnicity, to be on the team if you wanted to beat the other teams. And so this is how sports help to break down racism and nationalism in the US and become a country of many, many different ethnicities. And sports was largely the reason for that.
In the north of the USA, it's mainly people of German descent, shown here in red. Elsewhere, other ethnic groups dominate. English, Irish, Polish, or Russian. Also people of African American descent. The third largest group after Germans and African Americans are now Hispanics, mainly from Mexico, with 37 million people. They all dreamed of a land of unlimited opportunities. Their hopes rested on a continent that seemed to provide everything in abundance. But this self-styled image is being challenged anew in the 21st century. The consequences of man-made climate change are altering the natural environment of North America. What was part of a natural cycle is getting more and more out of control. The future will show whether Americans can also accept this challenge. South America, for millions of years, the largest isolated continent that ever existed. This huge landmass was still separated from its brother to the north. But then, tremendous forces in the Earth created new living space.
In a sense, we are children of plate tectonics.
It began deep below the Earth's surface, where continental plates collided. Volcanoes arose. One island after another grew out of the ocean. Until the Arc of Islands became a land bridge. An ice age lowered the sea level.
This exposed vast areas of the seafloor to become dry land. And our ancestors could simply walk as they dispersed without getting their feet wet.
This was the end of isolation, the beginning of migration, exchange, conquest. Dangerous hunters soon dominated the continent. At first, the ancestors of pumas and panthers. And then, about 13,000 years ago, humans arrived, some along the coast, some possibly from across the sea, but most of them over the land bridge. In just 2,000 years, South America was populated, faster than any other continent. South America's natural habitats are unique and diverse. Salt deserts, high mountains and plateaus, tropical coasts and rainforests. The prevailing conditions of the continent will impact the people who inhabit it.
The diversity of natural environments which you have settled in is as great, is as wide as the kinds and qualities of different cultures which have emerged amongst these people.
The Andes, a mountain range with many different habitats. The longest mountain range in the world crosses the entire continent from north to south. At over 5,000 meters, the air is thin and natural resources are scarce. The key to life and survival up here is water. Although glaciers store enormous amounts of water, they change constantly. Exactly how is being researched by an international team of glacier researchers. The snow serves as a kind of natural archive. The shape and size of the ice crystals provide the researchers with information about melting and refreezing. Temperature and electrical conductivity reveal the source and the path the water has taken. Knowing about these paths is vital if people up here are to benefit from the water.
The water from the glaciers is really very important, especially in the dry season, when there's basically no rain locally, but the glacier continues to release water constantly, so ensuring availability of some water in the region.
150 million years ago, the course was set for how water is distributed on the continent, namely underwater. The oceanic Nazca Plate collided with the continental plate and continued its journey forward underneath it. The enormous pressure caused huge rock masses to fold upwards on the surface. But this process created unequal conditions in the east and west. "98% of all rivers in the high Andes run eastwards. They irrigate the rainforests and flow into the Atlantic. West of the Andes, however, Peru has a bone-dry flank. A lack of glacier water is one cause, but not the only one. It hardly ever rains, whatever the time of year.
This has to do with the fact that the Pacific Ocean is very, very cold there, because cold water from the deep rises to the surface. And that's why there is relatively little moisture. And also, why there are these coastal deserts.
The cool air masses store too little moisture for rain. People had to be inventive to survive. As early as 2000 BCE, the first settlers were already wresting fertile soil from the natural environment, harvesting maize, pumpkin, and other vegetables. They developed an ingenious irrigation system. Water seeps into spiral wells and is forced back to the surface elsewhere. Today, Peru irrigates its coastal desert at great expense and effort. Traditional technology on a modern scale, reservoirs, canals, and tunnels bring in the water. This makes it possible for 10 million people to live in the desert capital, Lima. Where water is as valuable as gold, fountains and water features are a status symbol. Lima consumes around 250 liters per person per day, twice as much as in Germany. It remains to be seen, though, how long this treasured natural resource will continue to flow. Just beyond the coast, the Andes rise to an altitude of around 5,000 meters. There's plenty of water on the high plateau, but nature has other challenges in store.
The landscape of Peru is very mountainous. It's a rugged landscape to try to eke out a lifestyle based on farming and agriculture. But again, necessity is the mother of invention.
A revolutionary cultivation technique was the solution. The Spaniards later called them simply andenes, terraces. The andenes very likely gave the mountain range its name. The Incas developed an incredibly efficient system of terraced farming. Each of these terraces has its own microclimate. This makes it possible to grow a wide variety of vegetables. The Incas also became masters of plant cultivation. And so they succeeded in growing a staple food from an initially inedible plant.
The process of selective breeding wasn't just about optimizing or tuning these plant species to make the maximum amount of human nutrition available to us as farmers. But in the early days, it was about making those plants edible in the first place. The potato was poisonous before we went through that process of selectively breeding it. And it still gives you a stomachache if you eat too much raw potato today. And over the centuries and thousands of years of selective breeding, they developed particular varieties of the potato plant, for example, specifically adapted to different terraces up the mountainside. They had hundreds, if not thousands, of different kinds of potato because there was such variability in the landscape they were growing them.
Of the 4,000 potato varieties worldwide, more than 2,300 are found in the Andes alone. This diversity protects against famine because people are not dependent on one variety when pests attack.
Since that time, the potato has been cultivated and consumed, and today this food is still around. After maize, rice, and wheat, our potatoes are the fourth most important food in the world.
The potato is a superfood. It has high-quality protein, more vitamin C than an apple, and its starch keeps you full for a long time. There's a great appetite for the miracle tuber in Peru. At 90 kilograms per head per year, the Peruvians outstrip all other nations. By comparison, Germans consume just 58 kilograms. Four-fifths of all food consumed in Peru comes from regional agriculture. The fact that this is still the case also depends on glacier meltwater. Climate change and rising temperatures are causing the glaciers to melt rapidly.
The retreat of the glaciers greatly affects the water supply for people. Only here and in the Himalayas do people live permanently above 4,000 meters. The population here is directly affected.
Almost half the population are of indigenous descent and have preserved the ancient knowledge of water to this day. Researchers wanted to use this to preserve the habitat of the high Andes for human habitation, despite the melting glaciers.
For example, projects based on indigenous knowledge are being launched, in which, for instance, the so-called cochas, which are small micro-reservoirs, are being built. Or also amunas, which are old canals that are reactivated or newly built in order to lead the water from one place to another, and at the same time to let it infiltrate and so improve the availability of water locally.
The future will tell whether they've succeeded. In the northeast of the continent, nature has been kinder. The volcanic islands of the Caribbean are fertile paradises. Because volcanic ash contains many minerals, a natural super fertilizer that has turned the islands into a tropical land of plenty, not just in our imagination. The fact that the Europeans reached the Caribbean and the two Americas is also linked to natural conditions. The strong sunlight at the equator warms the air, causing it to rise. The rotation of the Earth also causes the air to move constantly.
The entire planet is turning beneath its own atmosphere. It creates a Coriolis effect. It deflects the winds to one side so that on either side of the equator is a wide band of winds that always blows towards the west.
These trade winds billowed the sails of those wanting to sail from east to west. The ideal passage led from Europe over the African west coast to South America. But the strong winds also posed dangers. The western route to South America became a ship graveyard. But those who crossed the Atlantic successfully landed up in the Caribbean. All the European colonial powers were drawn to these fertile islands and warred constantly among themselves over their possession. Slaves from Africa were taken to the farms of the Europeans. But the influx of more and more people created new problems, especially the supply of sufficient food.
Food plays a very interesting role in slavery, especially in the Caribbean, as a necessity that we all need to sustain life. It should have been obvious that enslaved people need to be fed, especially if they're going to be doing such arduous work for 12 to 14 hours a day. So oftentimes they would create gardens next to their homes, as well as provision grounds to grow larger, to potatoes, yams, things like that. So in certain cases, it was these enslaved women who were literally keeping the entire island alive.
Lush gardens still play a crucial role in providing for the people today. To feed the 350,000 inhabitants of the butterfly island of Guadeloupe, a great deal has to be imported from France. But vegetables and fruit, herbs and spices are produced by the people themselves. Gardens form part of the people's identity here.
Certainly having those gardens, whether the small ones next to the huts or the larger plots, often was that place where they could, exchange a little bit of gossip, conversation, and more importantly, the surplus associated with those garden plots and those gardens, whatever they didn't eat, they would sell in towns to make a little bit of money, but also to connect with friends and family further afield.
Today, every day is a market day in Guadeloupe. Here, besides vegetables, fruits, and spices, island gossip is exchanged, and the best recipes of their own unique cuisine are offered. Plat Colombo is the national dish.
For the Colombo, you should take aubergine, zucchini, carrots.
Potatoes too, please.
Potatoes and spices for the vegetarian Colombo.
Exactly, vegetarian.
A lemon, and that's it. And for dessert, maybe a pitaya and pineapple.
The produce from their natural environment has helped the people in their eventful history, bolstering their self-confidence.
The ingenuity of women, the creativity to combine these things, the savviness and the boldness to go off plantations when they weren't allowed to go and find more meat to add to their dishes, to create something completely different, but still reminiscent to African dishes, is what I call culinary resistance. They found ways to not only survive, but also find culinary satisfaction, food that we still enjoy today.
The beginning of Creole cuisine, this mix of French, Indian, African, and local cuisines with an amazing variety of spices, is not only meant to be filling, but also to remind people of their roots.
Soul food for me is like going back to the roots. How our ancestors used to eat shows us our African origins. Eating like this means going back to our origins.
Sundays, following their tradition, the community still eats together. Slave women used to have this day off to cultivate their gardens. To this day, the gardens and what they produce also promote a sense of community among the people.
For me, food means community. Through food, we can connect with each other and really come together.
The Plat Colombo is a culinary fusion of nature and history. All the ingredients thrive here on the volcanic island. It's their combination that shows the influences of the many cultures reflected by Guadeloupe's Creole society.
Creole has many different definitions. The root of the word is Portuguese, and it basically meant something that was mixed, whether it was in terms of language or culture. So Creole, or how we understand Creole, is often now seen as a form of identity.
It's the Creole identity that connects all the Caribbean islands. In the northeast of South America, the largest rainforest on Earth is spread across the continent, the Amazon. Its inhabitants face very different challenges to those confronting inhabitants of the green paradise that is the Caribbean. This is due to the formation of Amazonia and the history of the climate on the continent. During the cooler and drier periods of the Ice Age, the rainforest shrank. Since the end of the Ice Age, about 10,000 years ago, it has been spreading again. A warm, humid climate, rain, and around 180 million tons of fertile sand every year, blown across the Atlantic from the Sahara, make it the largest tropical rainforest on Earth. The Amazon may be one of the most biodiverse natural areas in the world. But its soils are not suitable for many crops. Surprisingly, it's one of the most difficult habitats for human beings.
Humans are the most widely dispersed animal species on the planet. We are fundamentally a tropical species of ape, and yet we are found today, and we've been found for thousands of years, high in the mountains, in desert landscapes, in the Arctic tundra, in tropical rainforests. We are a phenomenally versatile and adaptive species.
Nature is also versatile and adaptive. In the rainforest further southwest, on the Atlantic coast, a tree is found that was to shape Brazil's fate and name, the pau-brasilia. The pau-brasilia attracted Portuguese traders because a dye extracted from it was said to refine expensive fabrics in Europe. More and more Europeans came to the country, and a human drama took its course. The newcomers cleared the forest extensively, using the areas they had freed up to grow sugarcane. The indigenous people were forced to slave in the fields. As tens of thousands died of deprivation and the diseases introduced, slaves were imported from Africa. It is the beginning of one of the darkest chapters in human history.
Brazil being of that size, and then having an extremely large enslaved African-based slave labor system still has an influence today.
Over half of the 200 million Brazilians have their roots in Africa. As early as 1551, the first 50 Africans were taken to Salvador de Bahia. Through them, a very special variant of the Christian faith emerged on the continent.
These people brought something new, namely African Christianity. They worshipped Catholic saints, but mixed that with traditional Central African practices. Brazil really came into being through this exchange of religions. There is no religion that does not exchange with others. None that are static.
In Brazil, this developed into a monotheistic mixed religion, candomblé. African deities in the garb of Catholic saints. No contradiction for the followers of the cult. They believe in a single God, the immortality of the soul, but also in rebirth and karmic laws. The rituals differ from traditional Christianity. Rhythmic clapping and chanting put the believers in a kind of trance so that they can get in touch with the saints. But candomblé is more than just religion.
Candomblé is a resistance movement, the struggle of a suffering people, an enslaved people, a people that had no rights and is still fighting today. And today, as then, it is a movement of resistance in Brazil.
A peaceful resistance and part of Brazilian culture, shaped by very different influences.
Brazil, the Brazilian people, today in the 21st century, is the result of these numerous cultural influences. You cannot think of Brazil as a people with one religion, nor can Brazil be imagined as a country with the same customs everywhere. We are talking about a country that has continental dimensions, very diverse, with very different cultures in different corners of the country.
As diverse as the people who live there, reflecting a history that began in the rainforest. Further south, Argentina stretches to the southern tip of the continent. Nowhere else are the natural habitats so diverse and so special for human beings. Here, too, the climate plays a decisive role. Because of Argentina's extreme north-south span, it has an astonishing range of vegetation zones. In the north, the climate is subtropical. In the northeast, it is tropical. Here, temperatures are high all year round, and there's plenty of rainfall. In the eastern regions of Argentina, such as Greater Buenos Aires and La Pampa, the climate is mild, Mediterranean. The vast plains are dominated by grasslands. The combination of Mediterranean weather and wide open spaces made Argentina attractive for European immigrants. The first cattle were brought from Andalusia by the Spanish. They found endless pastures here. But fences could not keep the cattle in. Many escaped and multiplied incredibly quickly. The meat and leather of these cattle were used by gauchos, freedom-loving loners who lived in the vast open plains of the Pampas. With the invention of barbed wire, pastures could finally be effectively fenced. One reason why, from the end of the 19th century, Argentina became a typically cattle-raising nation. Since then, the history of the gaucho has been eventful. Because of his skill on horseback, he was valued as a cavalryman in the army. But today, his place is typically in fenced-off pastures. Modern-day gauchos now call themselves paisanos, or rustics. There are still 150,000 of them, herding around 55 million cattle. Because cattle breeding is the backbone of Argentina's economy. They skillfully control the cattle from horseback. Their horsemanship was and is legendary, as is the endurance and strength of the criollos, their horses. Over centuries of natural selection, this breed of horse has adapted perfectly to the climate. Herdsmen. It's not just their job, it's a way of life. Their knowledge of animals, medicinal herbs, and the land is often passed on from one generation to the next. A touch of idealism is needed for this demanding and often simple life in the middle of the endless expanses of the Argentinian Pampas, usually without electricity or running water.
The gaucho no longer exists as a social figure. The moment the migrants resettled in Argentina and got to work the land, gauchos were of course displaced. What remained was the culture that arose from them. This myth, and of course the agricultural workers are guided by it, is primarily about men.
The myth also lives on in the typical Argentinian barbecue, or asado. To cook the meat, the gauchos used to take long wooden sticks and place them next to the fire, but not over it. Today, the asado skewers are made of metal. And worldwide, no one consumes more beef than the Argentinians, a huge 49 kilos each per year. In Germany in 2020, the figure was around 10 kilos per person.
Argentina is a meat-loving nation, no question. Only the love is not reciprocated because meat is getting more and more expensive. Meat is expensive, but in Argentina, the myth of meat will never die, nor making an asado. This kind of barbecue is one of the most popular rituals for Argentines.
Argentina is a classic immigration country, and especially the capital, Buenos Aires, and its people mirror this history.
The migratory background of the majority of the Argentinian population is already very, very formative for the culture, because more than 90% of the Argentinian population is not originally from the region. Argentina has very, very strong migration.
At the beginning of the 20th century alone, almost 6 million people immigrated.
Argentina then had a very specific targeted recruitment policy. That is, there were certain people in Europe who were responsible for recruiting families and workers for Argentina. In the very first sentence of the Argentine constitution, there is an invitation. People of the world, come to Argentina.
And they came. They left the confines of Europe, seeking freedom and a good income on the cattle farms in the Argentinian Pampas. But too many never made it beyond the slums of Buenos Aires. There, in the poor quarters, many cultural influences merged into a completely new, melancholic-sounding dance, the tango. The dance combines African and European influences. The typical sound, for example, is produced on a German accordion. For a long time, it was frowned upon in Argentina. It was only when the tango became a hit in the salons of Europe that it also had a breakthrough in its own homeland. As a wistful reminder of the stories of those who sought their fortune in Argentina, often in vain. To the west of the continent, there are large salt pans, 10 billion tons of salt, left over from the prehistoric Lake Tauca in the highlands of Bolivia, the remnants of an ancient inland sea. A tantalizing promise of more treasures, though they lie beneath the earth.
South America is a very geologically diverse continent. There's lots of different rock types and therefore the mineral resources and mineral wealth that they offered.
Under the earth of South America are significant deposits of many valuable mineral resources. Iron and the steel refiners antimony, tungsten and manganese. The aluminium raw material bauxite, copper, tin and lead, saltpeter and lithium, highly prized for the electronics and batteries that accompany our everyday lives. But the hunt for raw materials began with a metal that aroused the greed in Europeans. As early as the 15th century, rumors of the gold of the Andes reached Europe. Under the Spanish colonialists, it became a myth. The Spaniards dreamed of the legendary El Dorado, a fabulous land of gold that they suspected lay in the interior of the South American continent. Although the Europeans were not destined to find El Dorado, they robbed the gold of the Incas instead and exploited new, lucrative raw materials.
Once Europeans came into contact with it, there's been a history of exploitation. People coming from outside to take what they found of value in South America for themselves, not using that wealth to develop the nation, and not using that wealth to develop the continent itself.
Industrialization in Europe and North America increased this hunger for raw materials, creating new ways of exploiting nature.
What drove the conquest was above all in the beginning, the search for gold and silver. And this search also led to the construction of huge mines within the first decades, which are still considered today as the birth of modern mining, and precisely this form of raw material exploitation.
The indigenous population was used for the mining, sometimes under inhumane conditions. But most of them had no alternative. The mines destroyed the grazing grounds and dug up the water. They could no longer operate their farms. At least the mines secured a family's income. Whole swathes of land mutated into vast moonscapes. uninhabitable for a long time, because the appetite for metals, such as copper, polluted the soil and water with toxic chemicals. And above all, it was a raw material that's been in high demand in recent years as a result of the energy turnaround: lithium. These coveted raw materials also forced the countries of South America into a dependence on the whims of the world market.
That relationship has been one of exploitation on the whole. Things of value being taken out of South America. And so this has had a powerful influence on the development of the nations in South America across the centuries, and therefore the state that we find these nations in today.
Almost all South American countries still rely on raw materials, but mineral resources are finite, a challenge for the people of the region. The Atlantic east coast of South America is lined with endless bays, a very favorable condition for shipping. The combined forces of water and wind over many millions of years have carved the soft rock layers from parts of the east coast, creating a pearl necklace of natural harbors. One bay in particular became the ideal landing place for the colonial conquerors, and a rock near the coast became the landmark of this port city and today's metropolis of millions. This is the Sugarloaf Mountain and Rio de Janeiro. There are no better conditions for shipping anywhere on the continent.
Places that offered good natural harbors became powerful ports, which became enormous cities. So Rio de Janeiro, or Bahia to the north, or Montevideo to the south, became hubs of trade back across the Atlantic and grew to be the enormous metropolises that we find today.
This is one reason why Rio has become one of the largest metropolises in the world, promising wealth and opportunities, but also representing failed dreams. Around 140 years ago, simple dwellings for former slaves were built on the slopes of the surrounding mountains. Favelas, named after a Brazilian climbing plant. The favela is home to every fifth inhabitant of Rio. Those who live at the top are usually at the bottom of the social hierarchy. But dreams also fly high in the favelas.
Sometimes those who look up from below think that there is nothing good up here. But if you take a closer look, they're beautiful stories.
Like many families, the Da Silvas want to break free of poverty. And like many, they also see a way out.
My dream is to perform with the salguero and dance through the sambodromo. Dance samba.
Victoria is training hard for this. She's been dancing with the Salguero Samba School for 5 years, just like her mother. The samba was born about 100 years ago in cities on the East Coast like Sao Paulo and Rio de Janeiro. Here, former slaves encountered artists and intellectuals. The search for a Brazilian identity gave rise to a new musical style, samba.
Samba goes where the state does not go. That is the reality in Rio de Janeiro. You come to a favela and there are no sports facilities, no activities. We get to these places through culture, where it should actually be the state's job to take care.
So it's about much more than just dancing in the samba schools.
The role of the samba schools in the favelas is also to provide education. They teach people tailoring and sewing, and that enables people to earn an income. For example, I started sewing very early, and then I also worked in the workshop. That's how you get the children who help in the workshop to a place that offers a future.
Samba offers even children a way out of poverty. The income from dance performances ensures access to education for many young people. The annual highlight is the Samba Schools Parade at Carnival. For thousands of dancers from Rio's Samba schools, this is a reward for their hard training and a chance for social advancement, even if only a very few make it. But above all, samba stands for one thing: joie de vivre.
The samba means everything to me. It's like therapy. When you're in a bad mood, when you're tired, when you're exhausted, you go to the samba. You dance samba to the music, to the beat of the drum. You forget all your problems. What comes after, but at that moment, everything is good. Samba is life.
And for most, the hope, at least, of a better life. In the past, its rich geological treasures have steered the fate of the continent of South America in a direction that was not always favorable. In the future, they could be groundbreaking, also under different circumstances.
South America still has an enormous amount of value that the outside world needs in the modern world, of lithium for rechargeable batteries, or molybdenum for high-performance steel, and silver and copper. And so the hope would be that we could turn that tide of history and use that exploitation of mineral wealth to help the people of South America, and not just the people who are coming to take that wealth away.
For thousands of years, the people of South America have adapted to the natural environment and tried to find their place in the continent's eventful history. With the help of the cultural techniques developed there, they have ensured their survival, while also creating the foundation for their future.